There once was a man called Beef Jerky, who was king of video games. He had games, insight, and cats beyond your wildest dreams. Before they hung him from the gallows, these were the final words he said. My knowledge is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own and know in beef stews. Ever since, gamers from all over the world set sail the internet, searching for beef stews, the series that will make their dreams come true. Anyway, welcome. Welcome. I have some tea with me that I'll be drinking as I play. Where we last left off, we became friends with the forest people, and we talked to a cool cat lady called Alvina. She's one of my favorite NPCs in the game. And I said we weren't gonna go fight at the grave of Sir Artorias because there was something I wanted to do first. And it's gonna take a little bit for me to get there, but we'll come back here eventually. And he doesn't let me buy stuff, as far as I know. And he has a cool invisible, bodyguard. If you kill him, you get a pretty good ring. It used to be the meta back in the day because the ring was really strong. So this is one way to get here, to get to the, to go over there and get to the grave of Sir Artorias. The other way I'll show later because it's connected to a path I'm gonna be taking later, but it's not in Darkroot Garden, so it's not too complex. Like I talked about before, I think I kind of wish there were more areas of the game that required you to get items from far away to be able to reach them, kind of like a Metroid game. You know, like or have multiple paths that can lead you to the same place, which Dark Souls does pretty well, but usually those paths aren't item dependent. Well, technically I guess they are, because it's they're all dependent on, a lot of them are dependent on like the master key, which I feel like most people who play Dark Souls nowadays will start with the master key. And if you play as Steve, you start with the master key anyways. But the example I mean is, like, for example, to go to the grave of Sir Artorias, you can either take a path down here and go all the way around, or you can buy the item and go through that magic door. And that's a way where it's either you go through a treacherous path, or you buy an item, like you skip that treacherous path. And the item's pretty expensive, especially if you try to get it early on. So it's not an insignificant purchase, so you kind of really have to think about it. So it could be like a last resort, like, oh man, I spent so much time trying to get through that path and I kept dying, I can't do it anymore, so I'd rather just buy that Artorias item and go through the magic door. Whereas the master key, it's more so like, well, this is the path that the game expects you to take, more or less, and then this is the path that you can take if you have the master key, which usually lets you go through like the back entrance of a lot of places. And with the master key, you get to do so much in Dark Souls. It's really quite ingenious. Mostly in the early game. As the game progresses, the master key becomes more and more useless. A lot of the usage you get out of the master key is in Undeadburg, Undead Parish, New Londo, Blighttown, Depths kind of area. Like, as soon as you reach Sin's Fortress and beyond, the master key doesn't serve much purpose. But anyway, last time we came here, there was a guy, but not here anymore. So most likely he's entered this area. And this area is pretty cool. One thing I like about it immediately starting off is once you get in, there's a pressure plate here. And if you don't notice that it's there, you'll step on it, and you'll see the trap coming. So you might have time to react, with your shield, because you can block the arrows, obviously. The other thing is, it might actually, if these guys are aggressive and they run at you, they may get hit by the trap, so it's actually to your advantage. And in the case where you don't notice the trap, and these guys don't get hit by the trap on the way to getting to you, you'll just die, and you'll be able to, the bonfire is really close, so it's not going to be like the most, let's say, it's not going to be the most dangerous risky death to recuperate from. So it's a pretty safe way to introduce the concept of traps, which this area is known to contain a lot of. And if you're observant, you'll see a hole in the stairs from far away and you'll think it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's a good way to introduce this place as a house of traps, and then you think, well, okay, this is a dangerous area filled with traps. And I think it's you know, as far as like to set the stage, like mini tutorials, it's a pretty good way. And if you weren't sure and that was just like, you thought that was just a fluke, well, as soon as you reach this area, well, now it's like Trap City, so you know, at that point, you know, like for sure that it's a house of traps. The place is called Sen's Fortress, and we don't really know what Sen is or if he's something. If he or she or it or whatever is a living creature, or if it's a, like, it's related to the name of a place, or if it's you know, people don't really know what Sen is. There used to be a theory, which I'm pretty sure we could easily check because we could just play the game in Japanese, but I'm pretty sure there used to be a theory. People said, oh yeah, actually, you know, it's kind of unfair that they can't trigger pressure plates. People said, oh, it's called Sen because it's actually 1,000, and it's like a mistranslation of the House of 1,000 Traps or something. But I don't know if I find that hard to believe. But that's one of the theories that people have. And this place, it's like a real challenge, really. Like, you know, Blighttown may have felt like a monumental task, but this area is pretty funny. It's a good way to introduce, once again, you know, they introduce things to you slowly but surely in a kind of a safe way. But, you know, you may have felt like Blighttown was almost like this insurmountable challenge, but Sen's Fortress, you know, the enemies are much stronger than even the Blighttown enemies, and the area is very treacherous. You know, Blighttown, you could say like the biggest threat was the poison, and before that it was like just like the uneven ground and everything. But here it's like everything's out to kill you. The enemies are tough. There's traps everywhere. It's another way to escalate difficulty in a way that's different from the rest of the game, which, you know, is something I appreciate. Is, you know, for the sake of, you know, when you make things difficult in a video game, well, I can't believe I got hit by that. You know, a way to increase difficulty in video games is to make enemies harder, but another way is to you know, make the environment more difficult to traverse, or to make the environment more dangerous in itself. And I want you to pay attention to this room, because something I may have just noticed, I may prove myself wrong, but this room, there's a room that's very similar to this room. It may even be identical. And the chest in this room is placed at the back over here. You know, almost every chest in the game has been placed, you know, at the back of something or against something. So that's it. I want to go over here. Get the Shotel. Shotel's cool because it lets you hit through shields. I don't want him to hit my friend.
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid news, I tell you. Ah, so you see my sight. Yes, indeed. I've run up against a wall, or a ball to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be outrunning those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development. Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin. Perhaps.
Alright, he's repeating his dialogue. We don't care anymore. So, you know, the fact that they show you all these traps before they become relevant. Oh, this is a really great weapon, but it's not relevant to the kind of character I'm trying to create. But it is a very good weapon, one of the better strength weapons, and I like its moveset. Yeah, one of the things about, you know, Sense Fortress is that they introduce almost every threat in a kind of controlled environment, so that you can kind of anticipate them and steal your mind for what's about to come. And I feel like that's something that's very fair that the game does, because, you know, traps are by their nature supposed to surprise you. They're supposed to catch you off guard. But in a video game, something catching you off guard can feel very something catching you off guard can feel very what's the word I'm looking for? It can feel very unfair, because it's like, well, how was I supposed to know? And but at the same time, how do you make traps if they're supposed to be to feel fair? Because traps are by their nature kind of unfair. Well, obviously the answer would be, well, make it so traps are seen in advance. That way you can prepare, and then that creates a sense of fairness. And look at this room. This room is pretty much identical except for the elevator to the other room we saw, and the chest is just right in the middle, kind of weirdly placed like this. And this goes to what I'm saying about fairness. This is debatably fair, because, so let's look at the chest for a second here. It has a special animation. Oh, look at that. It kind of moved a little bit, like breathing, it's sleeping. So this is a mimic, and there's a lot of ways to tell if it's a mimic or not. The first way is the chain over here, the little chain on the side, is pointing towards the player, whereas every other chest, the chain is pointing away from the player. That's something you might not notice. Then the second thing is, well, you might see the mimic breathing, but it actually takes a while for the animation to loop, for you to see him breathing. Yeah, there we go. See, but like before that, it took a while. And the other way, I guess you could say, is that, well, it's not placed at the back of the room, like over here where the other one was. But you could say, oh, maybe it's because of the elevator, so they have to move it. And what? And then over here, there's like clutter. So this thing is debatably fair, because unlike the traps, which they present to you in a safe environment, this is not really presented to you in a safe environment, and you've never seen a mimic up until this point. So it's like, it's debatably fair. And I think there's a difference between feeling fair and actually being fair. And in a lot of games, you know, like, you could say that the games, every game is extremely fair, and it's just that sometimes they feel unfair because of the way things are presented. But at the same time, if everything was really fair, sometimes you'd feel like you have no challenge. So sometimes what they do is they present you with something that's very fair, but they make it feel unfair, so that when you defeat it, you feel triumphant. And I'm trying to think of examples of something that feels unfair but is actually fair. Well, I guess in Dark Souls it's the health bars. Not the health bars, but like the enemy encounters. You know, the bosses, they feel unfair at first. They have so much health. They have like all these attack options, whereas you only have your puny sword, and you don't really have much going on with your weapon and everything. So you could say like, oh, you know, it's unfair that the boss have so much HP, whereas I have like almost no HP. But the way I see it, you have infinite retries. So you're clearly oh, we weren't where I thought we were. So, you know, in a way, it is fair for you, because you are you have so much HP, right? Is this where I think it's leading? Yeah, there's like a snake man down there, and then you hit it with the boulders. And this is something else that I think, you know, the game might guide you towards that you might not realize. But basically, they put a guy there who's sleeping, and then the player naturally would want to kill the enemy using the boulder, because it's like, oh, haha, I'll get him. It's gonna be funny. You know, tee-hee-hee, it's gonna be funny. I'll kill that enemy, and it's gonna be like a funny situation. But by doing that, it actually breaks the wall behind it, and is actually a path. So I don't know if that's like a fair versus unfair thing. I think it's just like a clever way to design a level so that the player is guided to do something. And in this case, it's not with torches. It's by placing a sleeping enemy and then you just want to kill it. An NPC here, we'll talk to him. I feel like I'm gonna die trying to pick this up. Oh, see, the Master Key is useful here, but and it gives you soul of a hero. It's actually quite valuable, but it's not very valuable as in it gives you a lot of souls.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is not in my mind. The inactivity is repressive. Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved.
It almost sounds condescending.
Resume my travels, but I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Farley Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young man.
I don't know if Big Hat Logan did this on purpose, because he sounds really nonchalant about being trapped in there. And it could be because he's an eccentric old wizard, which is very possible. But later we learned that, you know, he's been trying to get to the Grand Archives, not the Grand Archives, he's been trying to get to the Duke's Archives to basically he's been trying to get to the Duke's Archives so that he can learn from Sita Scalus. And it's kind of funny because the Snake Men are agents of Sita Scalus. So it could be that him getting captured by the Snake Men means that they were going to bring him to Sita Scalus and he'd be exactly where he wanted to be, in which case that means that he got captured on purpose. He's like, and you saving him is not necessarily what he wants, but he doesn't want to explain the situation to you, and he's too awkward to be like, well, you know, I actually did this on purpose, blah blah. Or maybe he got captured hoping that he would get brought to the Duke's Archives, but then they didn't do anything with him and they just left him there, and then he got really bored, like he said, and then he's like, oh man, my plan, you know, I thought my plan would work, but it didn't, and now maybe I should be saved. Kind of ambiguous, but I kind of like it. And to go back to what I was saying about the Mimic, actually, that brings me to another point, which is, I feel like sometimes the game may rely too much on the message system. So in Dark Souls, you can place on messages with the orange guidance soapstone, which I have. And the way the soapstone works, I'll show you once I get off this elevator. Also, a little detail I like is if you have arrows equipped, it shows up on your belt. Look, I have arrows, but no arrows. But you can put a message down like this, for example. And the messages are basically like pre-made little sentences. So you can say like, try. Save zone, because, you know, or like you could say save zone ahead, because, you know, it's Phalanx Shrine, so it's like save zone ahead. And then you can put messages down, and then people can read your messages, and they can rate your message. And right now the messages don't serve any purpose because the servers are down. However, you know, the fact that the message system is so freeform like this, and people can place on messages to really say anything, provided they're clever enough with the message structure, they can warn you about certain things. Like they can say like, oh, don't, you know, enemy ahead, or ambush ahead, or trap ahead. And in the case of the Mimic, they could have said, you know, Mimic ahead, or monster ahead, or be wary of chest, or liar ahead, or something like that. And it would make you wary of that chest, and then you know, oh, maybe I should attack that chest, or maybe it's a Mimic or whatever. And so as game developers, maybe you're more willing to do these kinds of like vaguely unfair things, because you're like, oh well, at least the players are gonna put messages to protect the other players. So sometimes I feel like maybe the game is too esoteric for its own good and relies on the message system to kind of smooth things out for the players. But in that case, is that a question? Is that like a instance of bad design at that point, or is it that because like as a player you should be able to discover these things by yourself, but because you made it so esoteric or so weird, then you know you put you rely on the messages. And at that point, it's like, well, did you make it weird so that the message system could serve a purpose, or did you make it weird because you didn't know how else to do it? And you're like, well, it doesn't matter because the message system is gonna save my ass.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat. Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good.
What a polite man.
Goodbye then.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
So he has a lot of the same sorceries as the other guy, but he also has some stronger ones, like Soul Spear and Homing Soul Mass. Which are the ones I want, to buy.
No results, eh? Well, the way of sorceries is a long, hard road. Take it slowly.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a few of my items to make myself more soulful. And as usual for this game, you have to use every item individually, which, like I talked about, you know, maybe is an instance of where potentially streamlining would have been useful, and where I will give props to the remaster for actually improving this aspect of the game. No, I'm... Ugh, maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there. I doubt it. I doubt I have enough souls to buy the Soul Spear. I'd like to, but so we'll see. But regarding the difficulty of Dark Souls, and I think that applies also to how you know, misleading or weirdly secretive certain things are. They always said, when asked about the difficulty in interviews and stuff, that difficulty wasn't the point. It was just a way to make the players feel a sense of achievement upon discovering a secret, or upon defeating a hard boss, or getting through a hard section of the game. So I wonder if that was the intention. Oh man, I'm so close. I wonder if if that was the intention, then maybe we'll come back to him with more souls. If that was the intention of creating like this sense of achievement, maybe the messages hurt that, because then the game guides you and it helps you, and by being helped by the game, whether you wanted to or not, like maybe you just decided to read a random message and actually like spoiled something that you didn't want to know, or like it told you like the like a hint on how to beat the boss, maybe then you feel like it's not your own achievement, then you kind of feel bad about it. So I don't know. I like the message system because I like the way it creates interesting situations where you can see what other players would have to say, and sometimes it can really feel like there's this sense of like a shared adventure, like a shared struggle, despite the inherent loneliness of the Dark Souls experience. But at the same time, I feel like sometimes maybe it can actually hurt the game's design, because they might design things in a more awkward way and be like, well, the message system is gonna patch things up a little bit. Because I feel like, you know, as a general rule of thumb, and you know, but of course, there's no such thing as objectively, you know, good design that works in every case. But I feel like as a rule of thumb, usually you want the level design and you want the game itself to speak for itself and to guide the player and engage the player. So if you end up relying on messages, maybe that's a not necessarily a problem, but that's like and I'm gonna dock Dark Souls off 1 point for that kind of thing. So talking to, oh my god, I almost got hit by that because I wasn't paying attention. But thinking about Big Hat Logan and the Soul Spear, I talked about a long time ago. I talked about the different one thing I like about Dark Souls is that it has many different kinds of magic. And so this is actually one thing you can kind of do in the game is you can abuse the fact that enemies have like aggression range. So like eventually they kind of lose interest in you. There's different kinds of magic, and there's soul sorceries, which are like the, you know, there's no element, they scale on intelligence, and they are just kind of like usually aggressive spells. There's golden sorceries, which are more passive abilities, or like they're not violent. They're like illusion magic and like magics that if you wanted to look at it through a D&D lens, which I suspect maybe something they actually did consider. If you look at it through a D&D lens, it would be like alteration and illusion magic. Or if you want to look at it in the Elder Scrolls way, it's like alteration and illusion magic. Because like golden sorceries can make your weapons invisible. They can make your weapons invisible. They can repair your weapons. They can cast light. They can cure poison, if I'm not mistaken. Things like that. They're not dangerous. Then soul magic is like casting magic missile, in this case being a soul arrow. Then you'll have the dark sorceries, which are basically like kind of this almost the same as non-dark sorceries. Did I not? I guess the trap didn't reset itself. Fighting these two, it's kind of hard when you're they're 2-on-1. And they're pretty aggressive, so it's hard to find an opening. Yeah, the dark sorceries are kind of like the regular sorceries, but they deal more poise damage because they're like heavy. They have a weight to them, whereas soul magic is weightless, I guess you could say. And there's crystal magic, which is just a stronger version of soul magic. And then there's pyromancy, and there's two kinds of pyromancy. There's fire spells, and then there's like the, I guess you could say like the elemental spells, like toxic mist, poison mist, flash sweat, and things like that. They're kind of more buffs and debuffs related. Like you can buff yourself with power within. Whoops. And then there's dark sorceries, which are dark pyromancies, which I think there's only one of them actually, which is black flame, and it's like a dark version of the dark version of combustion, and it just deals more stamina damage, so you can stagger people with it. And then there's miracles, and miracles I barely use them, but there's like aggressive miracles and there's like defensive miracles, and miracles are about like healing yourself, and like there's a miracle that's kind of weird. It's called a Seek Guidance, but I don't really know what it does. The game says that it can help guide the player by showing you messages that can help you figure out how to proceed. But I've never used that spell. But I like that there's a little bit of variance in magic, even though in Dark Souls 1 at least, a lot of the spells just feel like you know, this is a projectile with slightly different properties, this is a projectile with slightly different properties, this is a projectile with slightly different properties, and it ends up feeling kind of samey in a way. And but you know, it's at least a little bit better than in Demon Souls, where in Demon Souls it really was almost all like projectiles with different properties, and there was a few buffs and debuffs, but really nothing nothing crazy. So now that I removed the boulder, our friend is no longer here, so that means he was able to proceed, which is very good for him. I got staggered, but I wanted to parry him and I just missed my parry. I would say like the combat of Dark Souls is very, because it's so slow compared to a lot of action games, and there's input buffering, which is when I don't know how to explain input buffering. Hold on. Input buffering is when if you press a button and then you press the button again, it can queue, it kind of queues actions because it saves your input, so to speak. And this is why like I can attack an enemy, and while I'm attacking the enemy, oh my god, I can attack an enemy, and while I'm attacking an enemy, I can press a button. I'm dead. I'm not dead. These guys are stronger than I remember. But yeah, while I'm attacking an enemy, I can press the button to roll, so that as soon as I'm done my attack animation, I'll roll. And it's basically a way for you to queue actions. So in a way, you could almost say that Dark Souls is a turn-based, a real-time turn-based game. Because there's so much time in between your animations and your actions. And the fact that you can input buffer, so you can kind of queue things up to, well, you queue only one thing, basically. And I believe it basically saves the first thing that you queue. So if I press attack twice and then I try to roll, I'm gonna attack twice instead of attacking and rolling, because it's gonna save the first thing that you input buffer, more or less. It's so quick because like, even though your animations are slow, like there's still like a speed at which the human can react, and there's still a speed at which the game takes every input. And like, you know, I say the combat's slow, but like it's not that slow. Like if I press the attack button twice and I try to roll, like I press the attack button twice and I press the roll button, I have almost no time to press the roll button before I do that attack animation. So it's not like it's that, like you could, even if you wanted to, you could queue that many things. And it's not like the game is that slow where it actually feels like a turn-based game, but I feel like a reason, and this is actually true of me at first, one of the reasons that Dark Souls feels clunky to people, and Demon Souls is also part of this because it also has input buffering, is that the input buffering is actually quite strong. And not only is the input buffering quite strong, but sometimes it makes the game feel clunky because you're like, okay, well, I wanted to roll, but I actually attacked. And the reason for that is because you queued an attack and not a roll. And it kind of frustrates players, which I definitely understand. It feels like the game is not responding to your inputs, but actually the thing is it's actually responding to inputs that you queued, you know? So, yeah, so basically the game is, if you will, turn-based. And well, that's not quite true. It's slow enough and has that kind of more tactical mindset where you're very mindful of what you do the same way Monster Hunter does. And I'm pretty sure Monster Hunter also has input buffering, and the way that you can't cancel your animations and everything. It's a very deliberate game, and it almost creates this sense of like tactical, which you could say again, like it's because of the turn-based feel, but it creates this like tactical aspect to the combat where there's a trade-off between skill and tactics, where you feel like you can hear screeching, and that screeching is actually the boulder trap readjusting itself so that you can get hit by the boulders again, because you know, it's something that the game does. So like right now, see, even though I placed the boulders again so that they wouldn't roll in this direction, now they're rolling in this direction again. It's because of the game cheats and readjusts the boulders to hit you, and that's something that I would say is unfair, actually. And the reason I would say that this is unfair is because there's nothing in the game to actually, the reason why it feels unfair, even though it's not necessarily unfair, but I would say it is, but the reason it feels unfair is because there's no way for you to expect that it would spin itself around like this. And it spins itself around because It just does. There's nothing there. There's no enemy to push it. There's no mechanism to push it. So basically, the fact that the trap replaces itself automatically with no way to actually do so makes it feel unfair. Even though, you know, the boulders are always placed in such a way that you'll know they're coming. But it still feels unfair. And I feel like just adding like something that makes it look like it would be automatic, or that it could readjust itself, or like just putting an enemy like hanging out over here, and you could be like, well, the enemy is actually the reason why this is moving around, because the enemy's pushing it around while I'm traveling the level, would suddenly make it feel fair. So sometimes the distinction between something that's fair and something that's unfair is as simple as just a perception thing, like a visual thing, or like a little whatever. And here, something that's kind of neat is if you let the boulders pile up, it actually creates a little platform for the boulders to roll over and break this wall, and then you have access to a little gift over here. And I feel like that's a little clever thing. Once again, I think Dark Souls is nice in that it rewards players being clever, and in this case, you know, I think you'll die if you fall down there. And in this case, you're being clever because you notice that there's a hole, and the boulders fall into the hole, so you're like, well, where did the boulders go? Surely they must pile up, right? And they do. At least the game is nice enough that if you move the machine yourself, it won't readjust itself while you're here. It just does if you start the level again. So we've gone there. Well, the only path left is over here. Oh. The only path left is over here. What? Am I going insane? I feel like I am going insane. Oh no, I remember. It's right here. Nope. Hold on. Right here. Everything looks so similar. If you pay attention to where traps come from, they're pretty easy to avoid. It's a pretty narrow walkway. The walkways keep getting narrow and narrow and narrow, which I like. You know, it makes you feel like you're in a video game, which is exactly what you're doing. But I like that Sense Fortress is this pretty elaborate house of tracks, because it really feels like a test of skill. And the point of this is that you're going up the tower to reach Anor Londo, and Anor Londo is the city of gods. So it feels like and you had to ring the 2 bells. So it's like, well, okay, you rang the 2 bells, so clearly you have to be kind of strong to get here. And then, so that's something already you can kind of expect mentally, you know, having played a video game before. You're like, well, I've rung the 2 bells, which was a challenge. So the area that this opens up must be at least as hard or harder than 2 previous areas I've been to actually ring the bells. And knowing that this is part of like the quote-unquote prophecy of the undead, and that it's a way for you to go to Anor Londo, then that means surely then you must get tested here, because like you have to be worthy of going to Anor Londo, because it's part of the prophecy, and Anor Londo is the city of God. So it's like, well, it is going to be a challenge, because otherwise what's the point of a place like this? And so the game kind of warns you in a way that it's like, well, yeah, you're in for a tough time. And if you haven't kind of caught onto that, once you actually reach Sense Fortress, you have the once you actually reach Sense Fortress, you have the snake guys, which are very dangerous, and you have the traps. So it's like, yeah, you better be ready for this. And maybe you'll realize, oh, I'm too weak. So then you might go through, you know, okay, this is another thing. There's a big fire explosion on the ground, so you might expect there to be fire everywhere, which there is. You can even hear it. But once again, I think the game is fair because it shows you a trap. It shows you what's about to happen before it happens. Even though, but you have to be able to connect the dots. So it's not the simplest thing of all time, but it's at least, you know, I should just level up. Like, I'm not gonna buy stuff from Big Hat Logan. It's too expensive, and I just want to proceed. You know, so let's just level up. I can level up 3 times, so let's do 2 endurance. And 1 vitality because I keep dying because I don't have enough health. But to go back to what I was saying about Dark Souls combat, because of the quote-unquote turn-based nature of it, it's like a trade-off between your actual mechanical skill but also your tactical skill, which is why I think Dark Souls will test many kinds of difficulty. It won't just test, you know, your reaction speed and your pattern recognition and your, you know, your how do you say, your typical action RPG slash action game skills. Oh my god, that guy, please fucking, my god, I'm so slow at reacting today. But yeah, Dark Souls tests many things, not just your actual mechanical skill and execution, which I respect a lot, because I think a lot of games, you know, a lot of action games and things like that will mostly just test your execution type skill and not your mental skill, so to speak. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Devil May Cry. I love pulling off sick looking combos and being really cool. But apart from knowing how to execute the combos, which is mechanical skill, there's not much to Devil May Cry's combat from like a brain perspective, I will say. Maybe the bosses a little bit sometimes, but I feel like the bosses still can be kind of styled on. It's just that because they don't stagger at your attacks because they're big enemies usually. It's still like a test of mechanical skill and how you can like maximize damage output and counter their moves. And countering their moves with either with Royal Guard or with dodges or with movement, I would still say that that's like mechanical execution type skill and not like mental skills. There's no tactics much. There are some tactics against bosses, like I said, but otherwise it's not a very like tactical like game. Dark Souls is more tactical, but Dark Souls doesn't have as much depth to its combat, so you can afford to be tactical because it's like you have more information, because you know exactly what you can do and you know exactly what the enemies can do, and you're not cluttered with information because your moveset is so limited that you focus on your moveset and how you can use your moveset to fill in the gaps. And a lot of the monsters a lot of the bosses in Dark Souls 1 and in Demon Souls are not necessarily puzzle bosses, though there are some puzzle bosses. But each boss kind of has like a little thing about them that if you figure it out or you're able to exploit that, will make them easier. And the bosses that aren't like that, the bosses that are just pure mechanical execution, tend to be these like one-on-one duels against like powerful knights, or like, you know, like the Artorias fight. And people really loved the Artorias fight. It's locked. People really loved the Artorias fight, and I don't blame them. It's a great fight. It's very satisfying to, you know, face off against that opponent and have this great duel, you know, between two knights. And it's really just about like he finds openings to hit you and you find openings to hit him, and it's really an execution based action game combat kind of situation. But there's no real mental aspect to it. You know, it's like there's no gimmick to Artorias. It's not like, well, if I do this, the game's easier. Like if I exploit this one move, well, a little bit, because you know you have to find openings, but it's not like, oh, this one move actually can be parried, or like, oh, this one move you know, actually it looks really difficult, but if you attack while he does that move, he gets staggered, and then because he's staggered, you're able to defeat him more easily. Like there's no such thing. It kind of goes on a tantrum, and then he gets exhausted, and then you can just kind of murder him. It's very quite tragic. I really need to pee. This tea has been making me... This tea is making my pee act up, you know? So I'm safe here, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back, but when I come back, I'm gonna talk about combat again, probably, unless I think of something while I'm peeing. Okay, I did think about something while I was peeing, as one does. So now that I've defeated this this giant that throws big fire bombs at you, the level is now entirely safe to navigate. I can navigate it at my own pace, and so I'm gonna thoroughly explore and loot everything. And what this brings me to is, I like when games create either through game mechanics or through restrictions, or added mechanics usually, in this case the added mechanic of having to avoid firebombs. But I really like when, for a limited amount of time, hold on, I'm gonna like cough really bad. I'm sorry, I'm like choking on something. Maybe my own mucus is... I live. But games will create a scenario, usually temporarily, where you're more... You play differently all of a sudden. And it's something I really like. For example, timers in video games, usually, especially in arcade games. Timers force you to play more slowly. Play more quickly, and actually be meaningful of how efficiently you're traversing the level, or how efficiently you're beating up guys in a beat 'em up. Because otherwise you could end up with stalling strategies, or you would have no reason to get good, so to speak, because you could just really inch your way slowly, and just kind of really stall and take it so slowly that you could take no risk and beat the game. So timers are one way to increase that, to remove kind of, well, not remove, but to like alleviate a little bit that the issue. There's other ways, you know, like in this case, make it so you can't really stay in one place for too long because you'll get exploded by giant fireballs. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it would be to create a enemy that chases you around. Post is meowing. He's like an enemy that's chasing me around, honestly. You add an enemy that chases you around that you can't kill, and it becomes like it becomes an obstacle where not only does it make it so you can't stay in one place for too long, but at the same time, you have this threat that you have to deal with where he'll overlap with other enemies to make combat situations even harder. It's like a double way. And what's nice about these things, and why I like them so much, is because it forces you to play in a different way.
What? Who are you? Ah, another undead, eh? I took my sense fortress alone, but I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. Ah, you think you're different? That you can handle it? Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out. With your soul searching.
I'm not sure, but I think this guy has the same voice actor as Laurentius. Kind of sounds like it to me. Does some pretty nice stuff. But nothing that really interests me, except for, I guess, these two rings. But I don't need magic or lightning defense.
There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the brink, you see. End of story. You bloody fool.
I'm finished.
Let me give you a nibble of advice. Don't even consider visiting Amor Londo. Not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish. If only to deepen your despair. Let me give you a...
Yeah, basically, this guy sucks ass, and he's mad that he sucks, so he's trying to make you...
Come on then. Rush in like a naked babe and be skinned alive.
he's trying to demotivate you because he sucks. So he's like, well, if I can't do it, nobody can do it. And then he can't try to bring you down. He's a crab in a bucket. And also this NPC looks tall because he's supposed to be a Knight of Berenique, and the Knights of Berenique are these big enemies that are really tall that I was fighting earlier. But actually, because he's an NPC, he's made, I'm pretty sure he's made with the same character creator as the player. So that means he would be the same height as the player, because every NPC is the same height because it was easier to program animations and everything. So they use a little funny little trick to make him look taller than you. They make him float. Look at, he's floating like a bunch above the ground. And it makes him look way taller, so it makes him look more imposing. And it makes him look like a Knight of Berenique who is tall. Who are tall. Yeah, I like when games make you play differently from how you normally play by adding restrictions or adding, like for example, removing your weapon. Like in Metal Gear Solid, there's a section where, you know, you can't use your weapons because if you use your weapons, it might detonate explosives that are going to kill everyone in the room. I think that's really cool. I like when games do that, because if you become too reliant on a specific strategy, then those kinds of situations make you stop rely on those strategies and you have to play differently. And they make you feel uncomfortable because you're out of your comfort zone all of a sudden. And I really like that. I don't think, like I always say, I don't think you're entitled to free dopamine when you play video games. And I think that you're not, you know, those situations that change the way you play and change your experience are very valuable because they make you play differently. They make you get out of your comfort zone. And all of a sudden, you know, it's like you're playing it's like you're re-experiencing the game in a new way. And it makes you engage with the mechanics more because now it's like, well, okay, so maybe I didn't engage with this mechanic before because, well, you know, I always, that's an example. Like, let's say Metal Gear Solid, like, oh, I didn't really engage with the stealth mechanics that much because I just killed everybody. Which, I don't know why you would play Metal Gear Solid like that because it must be pretty hard, especially Metal Gear Solid 1 because, you know, the enemies are numerous and they're pretty strong and compared to you and you don't have a lot of tools. So that's why you have to sneak. That's the entire point of the game. But like, let's say, oh yeah, I'm the kind of person who didn't really interact with the stealth mechanic much in Metal Gear Solid because I just killed everyone. Or I didn't really kill everyone, but when I got caught, I would shoot the guy who caught me, so it would create, so you wouldn't like, you wouldn't find me, you know. It would remove a threat basically. But now all of a sudden, if you can't use your guns, you have to sneak, so you start to interact with the game more in a different way than you did before, and it makes you interact with mechanics that maybe you didn't interact before. Like maybe you pay more attention to the Soliton radar, maybe you pay more attention to enemy vision cones, maybe you pay more attention to the actual environment, and you realize, man, you know, this guy's like destroying my ass. You realize, oh well, actually it turns out that you know, enemy patrols are really obvious, so if I just pay attention to the enemy patrols, then it'll be easy. And in Dark Souls, in this case, you know, usually like players take a very cautious approach. They go very slowly, they move little by little, make sure that, you know, they're not being ambushed, make sure that the enemies are always ahead of them so that they can they know when they're about to fight an enemy, and so on and so forth, you know. That's one way people play Dark Souls, especially on their first run. But now, you know, when you're up there on the roof of Sen's Fortress, now it's like, well, oh shit, I also like that the shortcuts in this area are cages, because not every shortcut, but like most shortcuts and most ways to traverse the levels are related to how the level is made. So in this case, it makes sense that a place filled with cages and traps would have a cage elevator. Well, that makes sense, but at least it fits the area. But to go back to what I was saying, like in Dark Souls, if you play slowly because you're very cautious because you're so scared, being up here must feel very stressful, because now it's like, well, I can't take my time. I have to move forward because otherwise I get blasted by these explosions. And turns out, you know, the enemies are pretty few and far between, so you're never really going to be in one place for very long. So you'll never really get blasted by the fireballs. But it's just enough of a threat that it forces you to play a little bit faster if you're not, and you know, playing Dark Souls fast means you're more prone to mistakes, and Also, if you run because you're scared, you might run low on stamina. Also makes you pay attention to your stamina more, and all of a sudden, oh my god, maybe you're paying attention to stamina more than you used to, and you're playing faster, which you realize actually playing Dark Souls pretty fast is pretty fun. There's a lot of little things like that that I like, and it's one of those things that I think any game worth its salt is gonna have a section that's gonna feel a little bit different or create a different playing experience. Coast might cause me to die, I'm not sure. Coast is on my desk and I can't see part of the level. So this guy has a cool thing where if you attack his legs a lot, he starts to get staggered, and if you attack his legs more, he falls down. And you can make him fall. If you attack him in the direction of a bottomless pit, he might fall into a bottomless pit. But in this case, he didn't fall into the bottomless pit, so I'm safe. But he takes more damage when he falls down. He's kind of like the Tower Knight in that way. Oh no, it's not that part of the song. So it turns out this is the same song as a Stray Demon, but it is not the same song as a Salem Demon, so that's a clarification for my earlier video. So once again, you might think this boss is just a kind of execution style boss where you just have to figure out how to dodge its patterns and defeat him. But actually, the boss has a little gimmick, which is that the arena has a bottomless pit, and that you can make him fall down the bottomless pit, but he can also grab you and make you fall and throw you off. So it's got just that little bit of like a puzzle element where the boss has that makes it memorable, because no other boss, except for maybe Taurus Demon on the first bridge, Taurus Demon can kind of fall down, but it's kind of complicated and the hitboxes never work properly, and the collisions are kind of wonky. But he for sure, he's designed around this in mind. Like you can even, as you can see, you can stagger him. And I feel like it makes it worth the inclusion. It's like it's a way to differentiate the boss, and it's a way to make the boss have a little kind of quick, easy win if you know what you're doing and are able to actually execute that and make him fall down. I wasn't able to, but I didn't need to. I think it makes him a little bit too easy because you can. I feel like the stagger is too quick on him, and I feel like the amount of hits you need to do while he's staggered to make him fall is also too quick. So it makes the boss a little bit too easy. He's still like the Iron Golem. He's this big giant guy. I feel like he would have to be a little bit more tough. And like the opportunity to make him fall down would be more for like slow characters who are able to deal a lot of damage quickly. A lot of damage in big, heavy swings. And like, oh yeah, no wonder I'm making him fall down. Like my weapon's almost as heavy as he is. I used to not know how to progress because I didn't know that this was an interactable thing. Because when you go near it, it doesn't really. You have to go pretty close, and it says examine Ring of Light. But in the game, there used to be this thing. It's called like resonance, and resonance are like these white circles that show up on the map. And so basically, when players cast in miracles, it would make a little resonance circle. And if you were near a resonance circle, your miracles would be stronger, or at least that's my understanding, because I never really played with a miracle character before. And I always thought this was a resonance circle, and it made sense because, well, this is a boss fight, so obviously people would use miracles during boss fights. This is just a resonance circle, and I can't interact with it just like how I can't interact with resonance circle. So I just kind of didn't know how to progress. I was like, maybe there's a way to open that thing over there, and I was like, oh man, how do I progress? But turns out you just interact with this, and so I was kind of dumb back then. But to be fair, it really looks like the resonance circles. It looks more like a UI element than it looks like a part of the game. So this is the first time in the game where I'm very disappointed in two different ways. Way number one is I'm really not into the fact that you get to Anor Londo via a cutscene, because the best part of Dark Souls is stumbling upon these amazing places. It's traveling from one place to the other, uninterrupted, no cutscenes, just you in the world and your weapon kind of walking around. That's what I really like. And the other thing is, I mean, imagine, okay, you fight the Iron Golem, and you go through that ghost. You go, meow. Yeah, that's right, Kos. You go through that. I don't know what you call it. Like that door that I said, like that with all the bricks that kind of collapsed. You go through that. You go up a bunch of stairs. You're like anticipating what's gonna happen. Oh shit, what's gonna happen? There's no enemies. There's no enemies. There's no enemies. Those, and then you get up here. You know, go through the stairs, get up here, and you're like, damn, look at that. It's beautiful. Oh my god, this is Anor Londo. It's Anor Londo. That would be, you know, the burden of spectacle being on the player. You actually stumble upon Anor Londo yourself, and you get to appreciate the beauty in your own way through your own. Everybody would have their own Anor Londo experience of like, oh man, you know, when I discovered Anor Londo, I was super low on health, and I was so scared that it was gonna be an enemy, and stuff like that. Kos, yes, I can play with you soon. I'm gonna get to a bonfire, and we can play a little bit. The first ever beef video interrupted by a cat. And so yeah, not only does it ruin the burden of beauty that I love so much about Dark Souls, where, you know, like I always say, a competent developer would actually let you see things for yourself. And because they're confident in their skills and they're confident in their design, that they don't need to feel insecure and show you stuff through a cutscene. And then the other thing is, I just think that the fact that you go up here through a cutscene means that and you can kind of tell, because after this point in the game, you're able to warp anywhere you want, and the game loses its interconnected kind of level design. So Anor Londo is a good level, but I think it's a how do I say it? It's like a presage of things to come. In the sense that it's you know, you lose the interconnectedness. You start the cutscene kind of removes the burden of beauty from you, which the rest of the game kind of does pretty well. Like it still keeps you unless you have the burden of beauty, but I don't know what they did that with Anor Londo. It kind of bothers me a lot.
Well, you are a rare visitor. Welcome to the lost city of Anor Londo, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
So she's a firekeeper, which is why the bonfire gives you 10 Estus, and she can reinforce her fire. Your Estus flask.
What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling.
She has one of the coolest armors in the game.
Bonfires attended by the keepers are special. They are linked to one another, and their flames never die. Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet. If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for. If you require rest...
So if you kill her, which I may, not yet, but if you kill her, you will learn that the oh, look at that, a fully upgraded S-Stock. Yeah, if you kill her, you learn that she's hideous under her armor because she basically has no skin. Like under her skin, there's like a bunch of little humanities that are like wriggling around, like she's filled with maggots, like she's a water balloon filled with maggots or something, and it's like disfiguring her. And it's something that every firekeeper has, and I may have talked about this before, but you know, the firekeeper of Firelink Shrine can't speak; she's mute, so that's the deformation that she has. This firekeeper is. Has like no skin, or like her skin's all messed up, and like underneath her skin she has a bunch of issues where like humanity is literally piling up under her skin. And then you know, the fair lady who's a like sister, she has no she has no eyes. Like her eyes don't work, she's blind. So they all have some sort of like deformity, and we don't really know what exactly the deal is with the firekeepers and why they all always have deformities. One thing we know about that is that humanity is drawn to people and always kind of wants to not hug you, but like basically, yeah, they want to hug you. And firekeepers are like these people who have like a special soul where, for some reason, humanity likes to aggregate around these people, which is why their bonfires are stronger. Because bonfires require humanity to fuel, which you know that's how you make bonfires stronger. But also, it's implied that you have to kill people to make bonfires, because if you look at the fire, it's a pile of bones that's on fire. So the bonfires require some sort of humanity / sacrifice to function. So it makes sense that, you know, the firekeepers would be receptacles for humanity. And that's something that you kind of experience through gameplay, which I like a lot. You know, even if the lady didn't really tell you that the bonfires were special, by playing the game, you would notice, well, okay, this bonfire gives me 10 Estus. There's a lady next to it. This bonfire gives me 10 Estus, and there's a lady next to it. Oh, if you look, I want to power up this bonfire to make it stronger so it gives me more Estus. Oh, but I need to sacrifice one of my humanities for it. Maybe, you know, bonfires are fueled by humanity. So basically the game teaches you through gameplay and through its mechanics about the lore. I think that's something that's always great, is when lore ties into game mechanics and game mechanics tie into lore. For example, in Dark Souls, you respawn at bonfires because that's what undead do. They come back. That's what makes somebody undead. They can't die, not because like they're literally immortal, but because you can die, but you just come back. Hollowing, which in this game is the separation between being like mindless and mindful, I guess. Hollowing happens when you die too often and lose your mind. So that's why you always respawn. In Demon Souls, you respawn because you died and you were bound to the Nexus by the Monumental. So every time you died, you would just respawn in the Nexus because you basically had a mission to accomplish for the Monumental. You were bounded by the Nexus, and that's how they explain it. And they basically do that in every game. They explain why you can come back to life. In Sekiro, it's because you have dragon disease or whatever. You're like you have the dragon's blood, so you can always come back. But in Sekiro, everybody's immortal too, because they always. Most people are immortal because they have the dragon's rot, or they have not dragon rot, but like they have the dragon blood, or they created like artificial immortality using centipedes and insects and stuff. So basically, in Elden Ring, you can come back, and I'm not too sure why. The game's kind of weird about it, but there's a reason. It's like has to do with the grace of gold and the sites of grace, but I'm not too sure about that one. The explanation was kind of vague, I guess. But good thing I have a weapon that attacks straight, because these walkways are straight. However, I got killed. I got comboed. So yeah, I like when game mechanics are explained by the lore, and when the lore is explained through game mechanics. So even if you don't want to pay attention to the game, you still notice these little things. And the fact that you notice these things creates a level of cohesion, which I always talk about. I think it's why people like these games so much, is because everything kind of feels cohesive, even if you don't notice it, because it's game mechanics, it's the lore, it's the story, it's everything kind of works together, and you can guess about the lore and you can guess about the story just through the game mechanics and the progression of the game itself, which is very interesting. And to go back to and not only that, but like even fast travel is justified in game, because if you use a homeward bone to go back to your bonfire, it says bone fragment reduced to white ash. Return to the last bonfire used for resting. Bonfires are fueled by bones of the undead. In rare cases, the strong urge of their previous owner to seek bonfire enchants their bones with a homeward instinct. So once again, you know, the warping actually serves a purpose, and it makes sense too, because you know, like when you die, you respawn at bonfires. So why wouldn't you be able to somehow teleport to bonfires if that's what your body does after death anyways? So, you know, everything is contextualized, which is something that I appreciate, because it makes a game as gamey as Dark Souls feel less gamey because everything's justified. You know, like here you're walking on rafters in a big church, and it kind of feels weird. It feels very like video gamey, like, oh, here's a not a platforming challenge, but almost like here's a platforming challenge in a church, and it kind of feels weird. I would say that this is the most video gamey Dark Souls ever gets. Like, it's the most you're aware that you're playing a video game is when you're walking around these rafters. But once again, you know, all of these are explained as being support beams for a church, and it makes total sense because that's how, you know, that's how churches are built. You need to have that support to support the great arches that and the great domes and everything. So it makes sense. It's just that it's kind of weird, and especially to have enemies up here. Like maybe if there were no enemies, it would be like, well, yeah, of course I have to go through here because, you know, that's what this is a structure for the church itself. But the fact that you have to fight enemies and these enemies are placed in just like a video gamey way kind of feels weird. But you know, it's the only time that I would say like you kind of, at least personally, it's like the only time that I get taken out of the experience when playing Dark Souls is this part of the game. Because it feels so, like I said, it feels so artificial. But it's not something that I mind necessarily. It's just that it's a weird feel, and for a game that's like so consistent about letting you get lost in the world and being immersed, and like I said, like it explains everything in the game. But just in this one case, it doesn't explain why. Not that it doesn't explain why, but like in a game that explains absolutely everything that it does. And that is so careful about immersion, but then you have this one moment that just feels straight out of like a video game. I know it sounds weird to say like, oh well, you're playing a video game, why are you complaining? But it's just like kind of like the immersion and the vibe and everything. Oh yeah, and I clarified when I was fighting the Iron Golem that the song that you when you fight the Iron Golem is the Iron Golem, but it's also the Stray Demon song, but it's not the Asylum Demon song like I theorized, because I misremembered. And the Asylum Demon and the Stray Demon don't have the same song, even though they're the same enemy pretty much. So it makes it a little bit less bad. But another clarification I want to make, and it's something that I talked about when I was in Blighttown, which is when I talked about the equip burden. I said that you know, in Demon Souls, I like that the equip burden makes it so that sometimes you have to think about whether you want to proceed or go back because you might be overburdened. But the thing is, in Demon Souls, when you're overburdened, it doesn't slow your movement like I said it would. Well, I didn't really say that it slowed your movement in Demon Souls, but that's what I was thinking about when I was talking about it. And it's more so that the example I gave of what I would do if I designed Dark Souls and I had an equip burden, had an item burden and an equip burden for Dark Souls, is that like the equip burden, if it gets too high, your item burden would slow you down. And well, that's not what it does in Demon Souls, but the way I talked about it made it sound like that's what I was saying about Demon Souls, but that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that in Demon Souls, you know, there is an item and an equip burden, but in Dark Souls there's only an equip burden. And that if I had designed Dark Souls, I would make the item burden actually matter in a way, and that because I think it would create a more interesting experience, and that more interesting experience, ties into getting lost in the world and the progress that you do in that world, and would create interesting scenarios where you're not sure if you should proceed or go back, which is always something that I think is good decision making in video games because of things that happen to you, kind of as you play. And just another clarification, if I remember correctly, there was something I wanted to talk about. Let me consult my notes real quick. Oh yeah, I talked about the Great Swamp, and I'm like, oh well, pyromancers come from the Great Swamp. Does that mean that the Great Swamp is Blighttown? So there's no way it's Blighttown, because you know, Laurentius comes from the Great Swamp, and he's never been to Blighttown before. He's never heard of Blighttown before until you tell him about it. And not only that, but Laurentius talks about how he came from the Great Swamp, and he comes from outside of Lordran, and he came to Lordran when he became undead, because when you're undead you come to Lordran because it's part of the prophecy, but it's also because, you know, Lordran is kind of like a haven for the undead, because it's like the only place where undead are kind of respected, like he talks about. There's no way that the Great Swamp is Blighttown, even though Blighttown is also a swamp. However, it makes sense that there would be a lot of pyromancers in the Great Swamp, because we know that pyromancy comes from you know, the witches of Izalith, and the witches of Izalith lived in the swamps. So it seems like pyromancy and fire magic is easy to discover. It's easy to develop if you live in a environment such as a swamp, because as they explain, pyromancy is tied to life, because fire is life, and life is tied to nature, and harsh natural environments are cause for developing pyromancy. So the Great Swamp has good pyromancers because it's a harsh natural environment, and pyromancy was invented in Blighttown, or like close to Blighttown, the Great Swamps of Blighttown, by Corlana, one of the witches of Izalith. So necessarily, well, not necessarily, but like logically, it makes sense that you'd have that connection of Blighttown, pyromancy, Great Swamp outside of Lordran. And I found an item in the last episode called the Peculiar Doll. And the Peculiar Doll says, a strange doll in a strange dress. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. This looks like a cold and lonely painted world. We're in the painted world of Aramis, and there's no way back. This is gonna be our home for a little bit. This is, in my opinion, one of the best design levels in the game. And I think one of the reasons for that is that it's not connected to anything, which sounds kind of weird to say because I always praise Dark Souls for the interconnectedness of everything. But the thing is, in Dark Souls, sometimes I feel like some sacrifices had to be made to hold on. Sorry about that. Some sacrifices had to be made to account for everything connecting. So, you know, it's like, well, you know, Blighttown had to be made this way because it had to, if you think about it, geographically speaking, it had to connect to Firelink Shrine in this way, and it had to whatever, and it has to make sense. But it has to make sense not only as a level in itself, but it has to make sense as a level in the grander scheme of the design of the map of Dark Souls, of Lordran, of that area. But the Painted World exists in no such thing. It's not connected to anything. It's its own level independently. It may even have been this is a theory, it may even have been the demo level for Dark Souls, where basically to test out their mechanics and test out their enemies and weapons and like the debug mode. It's like the debug mode of Dark Souls may have been this level. It may have been one of the first areas they developed for the game and just kept kind of reinforcing it over and over again, like a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And they usually, you know, if you're gonna demo this to people, these guys have insane poise. If you're gonna demo this to people to showcase your game, you would want to make a very fun and satisfying level. So probably the Painted World is one of these things. But beyond that, because the level is not connected to anything, it can make sense within itself, but not have to make sense within greater geography. So you can do whatever you want with the level. And this level is great. It kind of twists into itself. It has many paths. You know, there's only one bonfire, which is also why I think the fact that it's not connected to anything makes it so good, is that there's only one bonfire in the entire level. So you don't have the crutch of like, well, there's a bonfire in this direction and there's a bonfire ahead of you and there's a bonfire like nearby because it connects to, I don't know, like it connects to Firelink Shrine, so in theory, you know, it's because it connects to Firelink Shrine, in theory, like you're close to a bonfire. There's none of that. It's like, this is what the level is, and there's only one bonfire, so everything kind of has to be a certain distance from the bonfire and exist as itself. And it's really great. I think it's really well made. I love this level. It also has a lot of weird enemies that you don't find anywhere else in the game, which, you know, most of the areas in Dark Souls do, but in this case it's that they're a lot more weird, I would say. Like, you have these like poisonous bloated guys, and you'll have like crow people, and you know, and you learn that it's because it's a place that exists for abominations. We don't really know why, but you know, Dark Souls has these kind of dreamlike elements to them, and you could say that this is one of these dreamlike moments. And I may be biased because I live in a place that gets a lot of snow, but I really like snow levels. There's something so fun about snow levels. They're comfy. Maybe they're comfy because they remind me of home. I don't know, but there's something about the snow. You know, it's like it's silent. When you walk around, it muffles your footsteps. It absorbs everything around it. It absorbs all the sounds of everything around it, so it's like silent. Kind of looks fluffy, and I don't know, I like snow levels in general. And what's nice about having only one bonfire is that the distinction between soft and hard progress is very powerful. Because if you die without having done any kind of soft progress, then once you die, you restart at the bonfire and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to go through the entire level again. So it really feels like an arcade game. It really feels like an old game, like an old, you know, like console game or something, where, you know, if you die on a level, you just have to restart the level from scratch. Like, there's nothing you can do. There's no check. Like, the only checkpoint is the first checkpoint, and I like that. You know, it's Dark Souls has that kind of thing to it. Like, I love when games have manual checkpoints, because it makes it so that when you die, oh my god. I got toxicked. That's okay. That means there's no risk for me anymore, except getting hit by 2 fire guys at once. But yeah, what's cool about that is with manual checkpoints is that if you die, you know, you restart from the start. So it creates a sense of like mastery, but also it creates this sense of stakes, because it's like, well, if you die, you get set back quite a lot, because it's not like, oh well, at least there's another checkpoint. It's like, unless I reach the next checkpoint, if I die, I have to restart everything. And if you find it very difficult, or if the level is very long, then those moments of hard and soft progress are earned. So it makes it so that until you get those moments of soft and hard progress, the stakes are high, and it creates this. It makes the combat engaging in itself, because all of a sudden this pretty simple combat system that Dark Souls is, which I keep talking about, that Dark Souls has a pretty simple combat system. The simple combat system of Dark Souls suddenly feels a lot more stressful and a lot more. You pay a lot more attention to the combat because you're so scared of dying, because you're so scared of being set back so much. And this is actually one level where I wish you had grass healing, because here it's like it's even more about that setback. Like you're even more scared of dying, because if you die, not only would you be set back and have to redo the entire level, but you would actually lose grass, so you would feel even more setback, and I think it would be really good. But the only reason that grass healing would work for this level is because it's a discrete level and not a continuous level. It's not involved in any of the rest of the game. It's just itself. So some might say that's a good thing, some might say that's a bad thing. I really like this level. Maybe it's because it feels like a Demon Souls level, and I really like Demon Souls, so I might be biased. What the hell happened? I really don't know what happened there. I think his hand, the hand of the dragon readjusted itself for the animation that the dragon was doing. So because of the weird collisions that my mod creates, it made it so the game placed me somewhere else because I basically went along with his hand, and it made me fall down. Kind of sucks, but it's okay. But anyway, yeah, it creates stakes because you have to succeed or you didn't do any progress, and that's because of the manual checkpoints, and the manual checkpoints are Estes, and I really like that, and it makes Dark Souls even more it's like an arcadey element, and a lot of games don't do well. Actually, it's getting back in style. It's actually coming back into being trendy, and I wonder if it's actually because of Dark Souls that it's becoming trendy again. But modern games now a little bit more have manual checkpoints again, which I think is very cool. But some people, people used to say that it was a outdated design, that it was it made the games feel too gamey, and that's what I was complaining about earlier with the Raptors. That's because I think Dark Souls is actually pretty careful about immersion, so the fact that it does that makes it feel gamey in a bad way. But I don't mind when stuff is gamey in a good way, like game mechanics, like manual checkpoints. Like real life doesn't have manual checkpoints, which I agree, but at the same time, if you can contextualize them in the world and in the lore, which is what Dark Souls does with the bonfires, but at the same time, it's also the actually what's cool about these enemies too, which is that backstabbing them makes you kick them away from you, so it makes them die far away, which makes it safer, because if they die, they explode into poison. So it's kind of neat that it kind of encourages that. It encourages the backstab, which I think is good. Unlike what I just did. And not only are there stakes in Dark Souls to when you die, because you're set back by your you're set back to your bonfire, but also there's also stakes because maybe you'll lose your souls, but it gives you the chance to get your souls back, which is another way that I would say Dark Souls is fair, is that it creates this, the corpse run system, which is popular in MMOs, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not too big on the corpse run stuff. I think Dark Souls, maybe it'd be cool if you just lost your souls every time you died. Maybe it's too punishing, but I don't mind. It would create more stakes. I think people will be more careful with the combat. But the fact that they give you a chance, at least, once again, it's the game's fair. It makes it it might seem very hard and punishing, but actually no, the weird collisions, it might seem hard and punishing, but it's actually it gives you a chance to get your stuff back, so it's not that bad. Some games they don't give you that opportunity. One thing I don't know if they succeeded or not. Some people say they did, some people say they didn't. But the undead dragon, the design used to be a lot more gross and disgusting. And during development, I think the main designer saw he was shown the design of the undead dragon by one of the concept artists, and he said, that's disgusting, like the dragon's gross, like it's a really great drawing, but like it doesn't fit the Dark Souls vibe. Like think about it this way, imagine it, these dragons are such like beautiful creatures, and they're smart, and like they're these like wonderful beings, but now like think about how sad it must be to lose all their strength and their beauty and becoming undead like that. So instead you should try to You should try to kind of use the design of the dragon to kind of you should use the design of the dragon to kind of sell that idea of like the lost beauty, the lost dignity, and then they change the design of the end of the dragon. I think I don't know what the dragon design was like before. I still find that this one's kind of gross, but I can understand that it's probably less gross than the one from before. You know, it's not like oozing with maggots and gross stuff. So here we go. We did our soft progress. We managed to open a shortcut, and there's the phalanx from Demon Souls here. Not quite. It's undead. It's undead soldiers. Like it's hollowed soldiers. Like they have the hollowing mark and they have like the hollow face, but you know it's clearly the phalanx from Demon Souls. But I don't mind. I think it's cool. It's a little reference, and if you're gonna pay us a reference to a different game anywhere, like it's such an obvious reference. Especially because I don't think these enemies would fit in Dark Souls really otherwise. At least put them in some place like the Painted World, which is very like weird and like dreamlike, and it's like a different dimension, and you're not too sure what the deal is, like what the rules are. It's supposed to be a place for abominations. I'm getting pretty strong. Like, you know, my weapon is fully upgraded. I have great magic weapon, which does a lot of. It gives me a pretty big damage boost. So we're getting there, boys. We're getting there. We're getting better. We're getting stronger. So let's explore this level a little bit more. So much to see, so much to be found, because everything's so tight. You know, this is actually, I think this is another reason why I think this is a really great level, is that it has very high density. You know, I think like any good game, there's high level of gameplay density and content density. Everything's kind of intertwined into itself like spaghetti. There's a lot of stuff to see, to do. There's lots of shortcuts. You know, there's lots of paths. It's just kind of overall well-made level. It's like the distilled essence of Dark Souls. It's got the verticality, it's got the intertwining paths, it's got the interwoven shortcuts, it's got the difficulty, it's got the sense of exploration and adventure, it's got like a beauty to it, like a desolate beauty to it, it's got like a dreamy kind of almost like, you know, hazy aspect to it. It's got everything really. It's got everything you could want out of Dark Souls. And if, you know, every Dark Souls level was like this, I think it would be like one of the greatest games of all time. But now, as it stands, you know, it's a flawed gem, I would say. There's too many little things holding the game back that we're gonna see as we move forward. But the Painted World is very good, and the what do you call it? Not only is the Painted World very good, but the starting area, like Phalanx Shrine, Annetberg, New Londo, Blighttown, Depths, etc. That's a very good, very well made starting. Well, not, I wouldn't say a starting area, but it's like a very good first or so third of the game, where just like everything's tightly knit. And well, I'm just gonna repeat myself because it's the same reason why it's good. Now this area is notoriously difficult because it has one of the hardest enemies in the game to deal with, which is the Bone Wheel Skeletons, because they do so much damage to you because they have that continuous rolling attack where every single frame of their attack animation hurts you, and sometimes just gets unlocked like that. And not just that, but even if you try to block, it does so much stamina damage to you that it'll just break your guard and you just take a bunch of damage. So it's actually very notorious. I think as far as memorable enemies go, these guys are they're very memorable. They're clearly a difficult and what I'm looking for. They're clearly a difficult and very conceptually interesting enemy, not just from a design standpoint, but also from like how you approach them. Like, how do you even fight that kind of enemy? You have to like pull back and be really like defensive, and it makes you play on a defensive even more so than Dark Souls does. But if you let them miss and you if you let them miss, I lost a lot of souls. If you let them miss, they actually have a pretty long recovery animation, so you're able to take advantage of that. But as soon as you get hit once, like you're doomed. Especially if you don't have a lot of poise, which my character doesn't. If you don't have a lot of poise, you're just gonna get messed up. Speaking of, I should probably try to put a poise in him actually. It makes me roll a bit slower, but that roll still, as far as I know, has the same number of invincibility frames. And with the wolf ring, I'm gonna have a little bit more poise, so maybe I'll be able to react after I get hit by the enemies instead of just kind of getting this unlocked. Gotta work smarter, not harder. Plus, now I'm liberated. I don't have any souls to lose. And I'm gonna block. I almost never use my shield, even though shield is such a... Look, I didn't get sunlocked. I actually withstood the hit. But I'm still gonna keep my shield up. And you know, like many things, there's actually... Like many things, people always like to talk about it. Oh, did you know that the bone wheel skeletons are actually a thing in Berserk, and that a lot of the enemies in Dark Souls are inspired by Berserk? And a lot of the aesthetics of the game is inspired by Berserk. But I would think, you know, I'm not surprised. Like, Berserk is one of the, you know, most popular and well-received, like, dark fantasy manga of all time. And this is a dark fantasy, you know, Japanese game. So I would imagine that it would draw from similar, you know, Japanese media. However, it must be said that you know, Dark Souls is also inspired by Western dark fantasy, and that it's actually a conscious decision because the developer, the main designer, you know, he read a lot of dark fantasy novels when he was younger, and but he read them in English. What the? Oh, there's just a guy. He read a lot of dark fantasy novels in English, but his English wasn't very well, so there's a lot of stuff he didn't understand, so he had to ooh, that's good. They bait you with an item, and there's like a bone wheel guy who's there to take advantage of the fact that you're busy doing your pickup animation. And like many things in Dark Souls, light guides the way. So in this case, the items and the actual important relevant things are actually lit up by little cracks in the ceiling, and it creates these little vignettes that you can see through that actually guide you on how to proceed. Like, you're guided towards the item, and then, oh look, that's what I need to activate to proceed. But I'll show you another way to proceed, which is very much not intentional. You gotta be careful around these parts. There's more bone wheel skeletons. If you hit skeletons with heavy attacks, they tend to break, and they have to put themselves back together, so it's actually kind of an advantage for you as a player to use heavy attacks against skeletons. And X key, that's what I was looking for, but there's more things to be found in these tunnels, so we'll keep exploring at our risks and our perils. Ooh, so stressful. Think about all the bone wheels that could be around the corner. Oh. No! Oh god. I have no S's left. Oof. It was close. I got toxic. Might die. I'm okay. Fire Surge. Not the most useful spell, but nice to have. Ooh, my frame rate. I'm just reading my notes right now. Oh yeah, it's something I wanted to talk about that I think is really cool. Is the idea of hollowing in the game is losing your purpose. You know, it's giving up on life. You know, it's not being able to proceed anymore. And the reason why you might not be able to proceed anymore is because you lost your purpose, because you just went crazy with despair and whatever. But it also, once again, it's another thing that's like contextualized. It's like a game, it's like a real life / gameplay thing that's like conceptualized through gameplay. And the reason I say this is because it's actually an example of, you know, the character never goes hollow, but the reason for that is the character going hollow basically means that you would give up playing the game, because your character always has a mind, because the character is always being controlled by the player. So the character is always lucid, so to speak. And when your character stops being lucid, when your character basically goes hollow, so to speak, is if you give up on the game and oh no, the crow people, and I'm toxic. Is if you give up on the game, if you like give in to despair because you died too much, just like, and you oh god, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Enemies can attack through walls, but you can't, which is kind of bullshit, but that's just the reality of how the game is made. But yeah, if you die over and over and over again, how come you never go hollow? Well, the idea, kind of, it's like meta, is that if you die over and over and over again, and you get discouraged with the game, and you give up, your character stops being controlled by the player, so all of a sudden, you can say that the character has gone hollow because the character has gone mindless. So it's like a meta thing. Don't give up. You know, as long as you don't give up, you're not gonna go hollow. And you know, you could say that's like a, oh, it's so cute because it's you know, it's like in real life. You know, you can't give up in real life. Well, I don't know if I care about that. I don't know if I care about, you know, oh, Dark Souls has a message and the message is don't give up. But if that's what you get out of it, then that's very good. It's very nice. You know, I'm happy for you. But the way I see it, it's more just like, that's how they contextualize, like everything in the game, that's how they contextualize a lore / gameplay idea through game mechanics is, well, if you give up on the game because you die too much, that's you going hollow. And in the game, the characters go hollow when they die too much, when they lose their purpose. And what's this character's purpose? Well, this character's purpose is to be controlled by the player. You could say this character's purpose is to play Dark Souls. So if Dark Souls is not being played because you gave up on the game, because you died too much, because it discouraged you, then as a result, then your character has gone hollow. That's how you should see it, or at least that's how I see it, and I'm pretty sure that's what it's meant to be. Because it would be weird otherwise that like they have this idea that's not like contextualized through gameplay mechanics, because everything else is. Like, hollowing is not really a gameplay mechanic, but like hollowing is. But when I say gameplay mechanic, it's like anything that has to do with the game in like a meta sense. Because, you know, like the gameplay mechanic is that you have stamina, but like the real thing is that your character just gets tired, right? And it's the same thing, like, you know, hollowing is a game thing, and you not playing the game anymore is a, oh my god. You not playing the game anymore is a, I'm gonna die, is a real life thing. It's like a gameplay mechanic. Dying a lot is an in-game thing. You losing your hope is a video game thing. Man, I didn't think there would be so much. I didn't remember there being so many crow ladies. But also I kind of got fucked over. I was panicking because I was toxic. Never panic. Anyway, yeah. Top 10 reasons why Dark Souls is so good, because it's actually a metaphor for not giving up in life. That's right. What are the other 9 reasons? I don't know. That's there's just like a joke I made because I'm making fun of content creators on YouTube. Now going back to think, I was thinking about the item burden again. The idea of item burden and equip burden. And I think that in a way, maybe the reason Dark Souls doesn't have item burden and only has equip burden is because in Demon Souls, god damn it, in Demon Souls, equip burden actually meant something, but in most cases, because of Stockpile Thomas, and the fact that the levels were discrete, item burden was kind of useless. Like, item burden didn't really serve a purpose. Item burden didn't really, like, oh damn, look at their butts. Item burden ended up not having that much of an impact on the game. So maybe, you know, they just said, you know, fuck it, let's not add item burden to Dark Souls because item burden was a useless mechanic in Demon Souls, and so there's no reason to add it to Dark Souls because it was useless in Demon Souls. But I think, like I kind of demonstrated, well, I wouldn't say I demonstrated, but like I gave my thoughts about, like, I think item burden actually would serve more of a purpose in Dark Souls than it would serve a purpose in Demon Souls because of the continuous experience. So, you know, that makes me wonder, if you analyze the series as it is, are there other things maybe that they kind of eliminated from the series because it didn't work in one game, so they kind of gave up on it? God damn it. I didn't think about the fire guy. And I think maybe the interconnected world, because like in Dark Souls 1, they weren't able to fully execute their vision of the interconnected world and kind of had to give up around the time of Anor Londo. So as a result, in the other games, they never did the interconnected world again, and just focused on warping from the very get-go. The same way that they removed item burden because it didn't work in Demon Souls, or how they removed the gradual hollowing from Dark Souls 2 because people didn't like the gradual hollowing, or how covenants became more and more just kind of useless because they were never really well executed. So since they were never really well executed, they just thought, like, let's just kind of keep them in because at this point it's like a Dark Souls staple, but let's be kind of hands off about the covenant thing. It's possible, you know, maybe I'm just attributing things that aren't actually there to a game, which is very possible. I mean, a lot of people are guilty of that, and I feel like, you know, as humans, we're always kind of drawn to finding explanations for things. And I will say that it's kind of my own way to cope, I guess. But it's also very possible that they actually did do that, because like that's something that, you know, you can see a lot in Bethesda games, where if something doesn't work or something kind of causes trouble for the players, Bethesda tends to remove it in their next game. Or if it doesn't work during playtesting, Bethesda tends to remove it during development. Which I can understand, you know, if something is kind of a pain in the ass to deal with, or it's like you think you're unable to execute it, instead of trying to refine it and waste hours of development time and hours and like manpower, why not just kind of give up on the idea? Sometimes I think maybe it's worth working on it and trying to make it work as much as possible, but sometimes I think maybe it is true that maybe it's better to just kind of let it go. You know, especially if you subscribe to the idea of design by subtraction, which I do personally, and I know that Hidetaka Miyazaki does as well, because he really cares about the games of Fumito Ueda, and Fumito Ueda is a big design by subtraction guy. I mean, he's the one who kind of coined that term, I think. But the design by subtraction, you know, it's basically if something doesn't fit the game or add to the experience of the game, you should remove it. And I think that maybe, you know, sometimes I think that's very true, but sometimes I think if it doesn't work for one game and it doesn't add to the experience for that game, it doesn't mean that you need to remove it for your next game, because your next game might have different design. And if your next game has different design, then it's very, very possible that, like I said, you know, there's no such thing as universally good design. So something that's good in one game might be bad in another game. So, you know, Dark Souls is not Demon Souls. So the fact that they, oh god, I was able to remove the crow lady. But yeah, basically because Dark Souls isn't Demon Souls, you know, I can understand wanting to remove something that didn't work in Demon Souls when you're doing Dark Souls, because Dark Souls is like a successor to Demon Souls. So you're like, well, if it's the same kind of game, if it didn't work in Demon Souls, I should remove it in Dark Souls. Makes total logical sense on paper. However, the design of these two games is so different, because one is a continuous experience and the other one is like a discrete experience, that it begs the question of like, was it removed because it wasn't good in Demon Souls, or was it removed because while they were testing for Dark Souls, they felt like it didn't add much to the Dark Souls experience, and thus, by the process of design by subtraction, they removed it because it didn't add anything. You know, it's something we can only speculate on, but I think that looking at the franchise in general, there's a lot of things that they remove from Demon Souls to Dark Souls, and from Dark Souls to Dark Souls 2, and from Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3, to such a, like, they remove a lot of stuff in that way, that now I'm wondering if it's less about, while they do subscribe to design by subtraction, it's possible that it may be less about design by subtraction and more about, well, it didn't work, so instead of trying to make it work, we'll just focus on what we're good at. And I wonder if that's why there's been like a I don't know how to explain, like a homogenization of these like Souls type video games, is that by trying to remove what didn't work or that was awkward and only focusing on what they're good at, which is good. And I always, every time I talk to people about making video games, you know, my advice is always focus on the good and don't focus on the bad. Like if you think something's bad or you're not sure how to execute it, don't do it, and instead focus on what you're good at, and the game will naturally let the good kind of come shine through. You know, it's like a cut at the bad and let the good shine through kind of idea. And I'm always about that, but sometimes I think when that's like when you're working on a game by itself. But when you're working in the framework of a series, when you're working in the context of like multiple games from one to the other, you have to think like, you know, sometimes removing the bad in one game is actually good, but removing that same idea in a different game could be bad. Obviously, I feel like I'm just repeating myself. What I want to say is like there's this kind of homogenization of Souls game where they're getting more and more refined and they have higher and higher production value. Like these games are... I want to get invaded. I'm trying to get invaded right now. There we go. The games are getting more and more refined. You know, the boss fights are getting better and better as far as like, you know, the Artorias type boss fight, the mechanical execution type boss fights. You know, they're getting better and better, but the games are losing a little bit of that uniqueness to them. They're getting more and more like becoming the same, so to speak. And I'm unsure how much of it is because they're trying to focus on what they're good at, which is boss fights. But the thing is, the boss fights are becoming very samey too. So it's like, well, now are they focusing on what they're good at to such a degree that they're only doing like more or less one kind of boss fight? You know, I'm exaggerating it a little bit. It's not quite what's going on, but it almost feels that way, where it's like, well, you know, if you look at the Elden Ring bosses, a lot of the Elden Ring bosses, even the ones that are a little bit, that are not humanoid bosses, they tend to have that like humanoid fight type back and forth with the like the flow of the fight. It's almost like you're fighting somebody with the same moveset. And as the games have gone on, I feel like there's been more and more, you know, Artorias type boss fights. Not just, you know, in Dark Souls 1, 2, and in Dark Souls 2 and 3, but also like in Bloodborne. Does actually Bloodborne kind of does its own thing. There's a lot of like weird big flaily bosses, but like Sekiro was a game entirely focused on like one-on-one kind of, you know, man versus man similar moveset kind of encounters, and Elden Ring has a lot of those. And Elden Ring, even in my opinion, worst of all, has a lot of repeat enemies, and you could say that's because of having to. They need so many. They need so many. I don't even know why I'm coming up here, because the item that you get from doing this is an online item, and you don't even play online anymore. But yeah, like you know, of course, it's part of the open world thing where the game's getting big, so they have to kind of recycle assets. But I also think it's like, well, you know, we're good. These boss fights are good, so we're gonna repeat these good boss fights, and also a lot of these boss fights are kind of samey because that's what we're good at. And I think it's like, well, yeah, they're good at, and they're getting better and better and better and better. But I feel like there's a point where yes, you should focus on what you're good at and kind of let the bad stand to the wayside, but simultaneously you need to try to differentiate yourself. You need to try new things. You need to well, I guess you could say, well, you know, Elden Ring tried to differentiate itself because it was an open world game, and none of the other games were open world, which is true. But I mean, from like a mechanical standpoint and from like a boss fight standpoint, I feel like it's more of the same in a degree where it's almost bad. And don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed Elden Ring. This is a bug where if you do a jumping attack on the dragon's butt, it just stands up. And then you can skip the entire thing that I was doing over there where you have to open the gate, because you can just kind of go through. Yeah, you can, it's the, as I like to call it, the dragon butt skip. You know, because I'm a totally cool speedrunner. I would say the level has somewhat exhausted its welcome, but we've done pretty much everything there was to do in this level, so kind of a good, and it'll let me talk a lot. The only thing I want to say is this process of like removing things because it's either awkward or because you don't know how to make it work, and because people complain about it, even though it might not necessarily be a bad thing, and people complain about it sometimes because they don't like to take a game for what it is, and they instead want the game to be what they want it to be. But anyway, this kind of removal of ideas or mechanics over time to kind of streamline the experience into what you're good at, to not alienate players. I call that todification because Bethesda games do that a lot. Anyway, I think Souls games are getting a little bit todified. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, they're getting more and more success than ever. You know, like Dark Souls 1 sold a few million in years, over the span of many years. Dark Souls 3 sold like 10 million over the span of 3 years or something like that. And then the Elden Ring sold like 16 million in a few months. So clearly, you know, and Sekiro won Game of the Year and things like that. So obviously people like what From Software is doing, and they really enjoy it. So maybe todification is the way to go. But you know, I miss the days of Demon Souls where it was kind of fresh and new, and it was kind of, you know, there was nothing else like it. And the reason people kind of gravitated towards Demon Souls so much is because it was specifically because it was so different from the games at the time. You know, like back then in 2009, you know, you had like the Brown and Bloom shooters. You had all these really like these games that were really like hand-holding and everything. Like now, you know, I feel like because of Dark Souls' success, and not actually because of Demon Souls' success, because of Dark Souls' success, now there's so many more games that are a little bit more difficult and focus a little bit more on I'm terrible at parrying all of a sudden. But yeah, like I feel like, you know, back then it was very refreshing and there was nothing like it, and there were so many things that didn't fit common design conventions, and especially because back then it almost felt like games were, well, now too, but back then you know, games felt so samey, especially because the indie market wasn't as big back then, and everything felt so samey, and it felt like people were like, yeah, we finally figured out video games. There is such a thing as universally good design, and we're gonna make all the games the same. All the FPSs are gonna be really similar. All the action adventures are gonna be really similar. And then Demon Souls comes out and it's like, yeah, you know, this game's difficult, which is what people latched onto, because back then games weren't really that difficult because they didn't want to alienate players. So it's like, okay, the game's difficult, but also, you know, the game has all these weird design things that no other game had, like the weird online system where it's like single player but online elements with like the invasions and the co-op, and how it's like seamlessly, hey Coast, what's up, and how it's like seamlessly integrated into the game, and other things like oh my god, die. I have to move because Coast is trying to adjust himself. Coast, what's up? Coast, you want to go behind me and encourage me to play Dark Souls better? Look, there's all that space. He's rubbing himself on my microphone. You might be hearing it. Yes, Coast. Yes. You know, earlier you calmed down, even though you wanted to play, so I appreciate that. I was about to go play with you, but you calmed down. So. Now he's just rubbing himself everywhere, and he wants a lot of attention. Yes, Coach. Yes, that's right. That's right. Oh shit! I was too focused on my boy. Yes, Coach. Yes. So for those who don't know, because I feel like I talk about them all the time, but I didn't say it. For those who don't know, Kos is my cat, and I also have Mips, who's my other cat, and they often like to come see me while I play because they love me and I love them. What was I saying before Kos interrupted me with his rolling around? Yeah, you know, Demon Souls is like, yeah, world tendency. If you die, the game becomes harder. If you can get invaded by other players and they'll fucking destroy you, and the game's difficult and it's unforgiving, and it's got all these like video gamey things, like it's got annual checkpoints and it's, you know, level based and all these things. You know, it's if you die, you lose all your progress and blah blah blah, and say, oh my god, you know, there hasn't been a game like that in so long. And you know, it's all these like old school design principles that the game kind of brought back. So it's not like it did anything new, it's just that back then it felt fresh because, oh my god, Coast is like rolling around on my mouse, so it's making my camera move and it's making me attack and stuff. Coast, you're trying to play Dark Souls? I absolutely cannot parry these big guys anymore. I don't know what happened. I used to be so good at it, Coast. I used to be so good at it, Coast. But yeah, now that there's like a million games that try to be like Dark Souls, and now that Dark Souls tries to be like Dark Souls, and now that there's more than one Dark Souls in Demon Souls, you know, Dark Souls doesn't feel as, hey, Coast, you can't eat my wires though. Don't do that. Grrr. Coast, okay, hold on. He's trying to eat my wires. Alright, well, I died and I lost all my souls and stuff, but it's okay, you know. I had to get Coast off my wires and I had to take care of a few things, but I think we're good now. We're back, and Coast made me tab out, so Coast made me tab out, so I died. I lost my souls, but it's okay, and now we're back. I'm just trying to get to the boss, man. It's not even a boss, actually. It's an NPC. You'll see. You'll see. It'll make total sense once we get there. Also, I don't know if it's because I'm recording this, so my PC is like exerting more power than usual, but it's like really warm. It's also like today it's really warm too. It was like almost 40 degrees earlier, Celsius for those who actually know numbers and how to calculate temperature. But yeah, it was like 40 degrees earlier, and it's kind of crazy. And my apartment is not the best. I don't have any way to cool down my apartment, so it's very hot. And then I think my PC is making even more heat. There we go. Oh my god, his sword is so big and attack behind him. I hate when that happens. Let's run away. What a big sword. There we go. Yeah, I like this area a lot. I like the look. I like the vibes, as the kids would say. I like that it's all this like tightly woven little level with lots of cool stuff in it. I like that they're a bit more experimental with certain things, most of the enemies. Because the enemies don't have to fit with the rest of the world because it's painted world its own thing. I like the boss. She's a very tall lady. Mamma mia.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not.
She got cool eyebrows.
Thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not. Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou
Its
hast
inhabitants
not
kind.
beg of thee.
I don't know about that.
Plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Thou must this
I will murder her because it lets me talk about something.
I expected as much from thee.
So one thing that's cool, and once again, you know, the game likes to differentiate its enemies in certain ways, is she can turn invisible and then she leaves giant footsteps in the snow. And that's how you're supposed to track her. But what's cool is that there's a part of the arena that doesn't have ice. So that means that if you you're not careful, you might lose track of her. So she's not like fully ow! She's not fully my problem is that my weapon has such a narrow attack range that I often miss her even though she's right next to me. Oh yeah, status effects. So, status effects in this game, they're a little meter that builds up. I'm sure you've seen it. And what I like about it is that you can kind of... The status effects are all kind of... Well, actually no, because poison and toxic are like the same thing, but... the status effects, they have a pretty obvious... Oh, she's so hard to hit when you have the S-Talk. I forgot about that. Because like it attacks in just a narrow range that you can't really... I'm like suffering from the exact thing I said, which is that if you're not careful, you can't keep track of her because you can't follow her footsteps. Oh my god. Come on. It's also hard to tell how much health she has because you can't see her health bar when she's invisible, which I like. Yeah, the status effects. Oh my god. Oh my god. This weapon. I love this weapon, but in very specific cases, it absolutely fucking sucks ass because the attack range is so narrow and the hitboxes are so janky in this game. Specifically, I think, you know, people always say, oh, Dark Souls has weird hitboxes, and they're right. Dark Souls 2 has even weirder hitboxes, and they actually only... I would say the hitboxes become really tight in Sekiro and Dark Souls 3 and in Bloodborne. And while, and I'm exaggerating, Dark Souls 1 actually has pretty good hitboxes for a game, especially considering, like, as somebody who's done hitboxes and collision detection before, like, it's pretty complicated. Like, the math's not so hard, but it's just that, like, there's so many things to account for if you're, so many little things to account for that, if you're, that it can lead to, like, little issues. And also, like, sometimes you'll give up on precision so that you can have everything working properly. I mean, I can't really do much. I can't even tell when she's gonna attack if she's invisible. Yeah, I don't really like this boss fight, but I do think it's a very memorable and very interesting boss fight. I just don't like invincibility gimmicks, not invincibility, like invisibility gimmicks, especially in a game where being able to read the enemy is actually what matters the most. Like I said, you know, not every boss fight should be about the execution of the actual execution of the combat itself. So in this case, you know, the fact that you can't really dodge or block her attacks is you don't know what direction they're coming from and where they're coming from, and the fact that you can't really know exactly where she is, so sometimes if you have a weapon with an hour hit radius, you can't hit her very well. It's kind of annoying, but it's definitely a unique boss fight, and it's definitely a memorable boss fight. And I feel bad complaining about this a little bit, because in a way, you know, it's like, well, I keep talking about how I want different feeling boss fights and boss fights that kind of demark themselves in a way, but and I'm like, oh, this boss fight sucks ass, man, I hate it. So maybe I'm to blame for the todification of Souls games. Oh, I killed her.
But why?
That's strange. Usually I feel like she stops being invisible after a while. I thought it was a damage thing, but I guess not. I guess I just killed her. Okay, well, the boss fight's nearly not as bad as I remember it being, because I was gonna say, like, well, man, you know, usually you hit her a few times and she comes back to life, she comes back visible, and then the boss fight finishes. So I was like, man, she has so much health because she's not coming back. But it turns out I was just killing her. So never mind, this is not as bad, but I still think it's a bit awkward. One thing I like though is that she turns fully invisible and there's no way for you to see her. Because in a lot of games when enemies turn invisible, you kind of can see it, and it bothers me because it's like, well, what's the point of having an invisible enemy if you can just see it? But what this brings me to is, in Dark Souls, you know, if you care a lot about the story or about the game or about the lore, about the characters, you want to find all the information you can. And a lot of the ways that you find information is through item descriptions, and to get items from characters, you have to kill them. Kind of morbid, but it's like, if you care about the characters and want to learn about them, you'll have to kill them to learn about them. So in this case, even though I like Priscilla a lot, I killed her so I could read about her. Soul of the crossbreed trapped inside the painted world of Ariamis. Spatial beings have special souls. This of this crossbreed bastard, child of an antithesis to all life, to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. And it's not just like that with her, but it's like every NPC. You know, like let's say, oh, I really like Solaire. Well, I have to kill Solaire to have his armor and his gear so that I can read about Solaire, because the only information about Solaire would be on his gear. So it's very morbid, but I really like it. And once again, it's kind of the burden of story, and it's the burden of lore and the burden of spectacle, where it's like, if you care, you'll seek it out. But sometimes to seek out said knowledge will require you to do things that may make you feel bad. And in a way, I really like that. It's kind of messed up if you want to see it that way, and I think it's very funny. And I think the developers are aware of this. Like they know that, you know, oh, if you want to learn about the characters, you have to kill them. Isn't that morbid? And you know, this actually weird comparison, but makes me think of Undertale, where Undertale does this in a lot more of a meta way. But basically, Undertale, because if you like the game a lot, and you want to see everything the game has to offer, because like, oh man, you know, I just love this so much that I'll do everything to see all the content so I can read every line of dialogue and get to interact with these characters that I love so much, in many different ways, because the game is kind of designed with that in mind, where you're supposed to fall in love with the characters. And when you talk to people about Undertale, that's what they like. Oh, I know, I love the characters so much. But one thing about Undertale that I think is kind of interesting, and just like Dark Souls is kind of meta about it, is that if you love the game a lot to the point that, ouch, if you love the game a lot to the point that you're willing to replay the game over and over again to experience everything, well, one of the things you have to do to experience everything is you have to kill absolutely everybody and basically do a genocide route, you know, a route where you just kill every NPC in the game and basically go on a murder rampage. And the game accounts for this and basically creates a really almost like horror-like experience that's very depressing and very dark, where people are scared of you and they run away from you and they fight you with their last-ditch effort to protect themselves, and it's very dark. And you know, you're like, oh, this guy thinks Undertale's dark. You know, he's such a wuss. But like, that's not really what I mean. I'm also just like, compared to the rest of the tone of the game, it's so different from the rest of the tone, where it's like this like anime-esque, you know, holly jolly adventure. But you know, the friends we made along the way is what actually matters. And literally, you know, the good ending of the game is that you're so friends with everybody that you're able to defeat the bad guy, and you can even befriend him. And about how you don't have to kill anybody because you can befriend everybody. But then in this same game that's like that, you have the genocide route, which is about murdering everybody and being a total psycho, and the fact that like, oh well, you know, they're just video game characters, so killing them doesn't matter, even though I love them and they're my friends. And you know, and the reason I'm playing this game and doing this is because I love the characters so much. But because they're video game characters, it doesn't matter if I kill them. And the game actually addresses that. I think it's very interesting and it's very meta, and I like that. And Dark Souls makes me think of that. But actually, you know, Dark Souls came first, and Demon Souls came first, and Demon Souls did the same thing, where if you care about the characters and want to learn about them, you have to kill them. And all of that to say that I think it's kind of clever that if you want to experience everything about a game, you have to do things that you may not want to do, because if you love the game, it might feel weird or like bad to do so. And you know, it's meta. It's cool. It's a meta in an interesting way, and I like that. It's funny that these enemies with wings can fall off bottomless pits. But it's because Dark Souls doesn't have true flying enemies, because the game would be too awkward if you had to fight flying enemies, especially the way the combat system is laid out. So basically the way it works is flying enemies will hover and kind of have flying animation based attacks, but they can only fly if they're above land that they can then land on and finish their animation. And I believe the only game that actually has flying enemies is Elden Ring. Elden Ring has like these harpies that can fly, but even then I think they land a lot and they're not like true flying enemies. Oh, I forgot about this part. So this is a part of Dark Souls that a lot of people talk about, and I think it's probably kind of like a... Once again, it's a very video gamey section. I don't know why Elden Ring has so many of these video gamey sections to it. Oh my god. You know, it becomes very, how do I say this? Since Fortress is like the escalation in difficulty, and everything after it is very quite difficult, especially Anor Londo. And once again, you know, Anor Londo is supposed to be the city of the gods, so you can understand that it's like very guarded. For this part, you know, you have these two archers that are shooting at you to prevent you from getting in. A lot of people say, you know, this part is bullshit, or like this part's really difficult, but everybody remember this part. This part is legendary. It's like, a lot of people will talk about like, oh, when I did Dark Souls I did this part, and you know, people cheese it a lot. You know, they'll use like poison arrows to shoot the arrow guys and be like, yeah, you know, I poisoned the arrow guys, and then I waited for them to die, which is one way to go about it. But you can also just, you know, climb up here, run. The other one can't reach you. Well, he can reach you here, but as soon as you reach this part, he can't really reach you. And then you can kind of... He can't reach you. You can hear the arrows, and they don't reach me. And then you can just parry these guys and pick them off. Because rolling through is almost impossible because they take too much space. I really like this encounter. Yes, it's difficult, but to me it never felt like it was a bullshit difficulty moment. The only thing I will say about this section of the game is once again, it's like it feels very video gamey. Like, why are you climbing here? Like, obviously from a progress standpoint, like in the video game, there's no other place I could go, so I have to come here, so that's why I'm coming here. So from like a video game progress standpoint, it's obvious. But from a why would my guy be doing this standpoint, it's very weird. Like, but you know, if it's the only way to get in, it's the only way to get in. And I like this. I like this little gauntlet. It's very unique. It's a challenge unlike anything else in the game, and it's very difficult. And to me, the fact that it's unique, difficult, and memorable justifies its existence, even if it's kind of awkward and some people might say that it's kind of bullshit. But I think a little bit of bullshit every once in a while is worth it, because, you know, like the developers say, you know, you want to be able to feel good about beating the odds, you know, like a bit, about going against these super high challenges. But when I was in the Painted World, I found this thing called the Velka's Rapier. And Velka's Rapier is a weapon that scales C in dexterity and B in intelligence, and therefore, as you can see, gains a lot of damage from my magic stat. So I'm going to improve it. And as you can see, it gets improved by using Twinkling Titanite. And the Twinkling Titanite is a unique... It's not a unique item, but it's like... Basically, there's three kinds of weapons in Dark Souls. There's regular weapons, which require different kinds of Titanite, of like basic Titanite upgrades, like black Titanite, green Titanite, blue Titanite, red Titanite, white Titanite, and so on. And there's boss weapons that require demon Titanite to upgrade, and then there's unique weapons which require Twinkling Titanite to upgrade. And the Valkyra's Rapier is a unique weapon, thus requires Twinkling Titanite to upgrade. And actually, it does more damage than my current weapon as it stands because of the magic. But... Oh, my bad. You know, it has a pretty interesting moveset. It has like these double slices. But it has a thrust afterwards, so you can use that to your advantage. But the reason I like this weapon is because it has a thrust and it has a sweep. Whereas this weapon has thrusts, but it has sweeps that end in a thrust, and it has big sweeps that end in a big thrust. But so they both have a purpose in my inventory right now. Okay, even with Havel's ring, I roll slowly, so at this point I may as well equip something else, such as the wolf ring. And I may as well make myself lighter. I'm super light regardless. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks so cool. Yeah, I'm super light regardless, so I may as well keep my pants. Full ninja pants? Why not?
Oh, there you are. You've been quiet these days. Smooth summoning out there. Anytime you see my brilliantly shining signature, do not hesitate to call upon me. You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you. You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me. Oh no, dear me, pretend you didn't hear that.
Oops, hehe, haha, Solaire.
You really are, if I... Oh no.
So we're almost done with Anor Londo, and I think after Anor Londo I'm gonna end it for today. But we're gonna take our time and explore the very last little bit of Anor Londo. And Anor Londo has this design to it that I appreciate, which is, you know, the outside city I find has weak design because it's, you know, you see this like great sprawling city and you get to explore none of it, which is kind of disappointing, especially after they hype you up by bringing you here through a cutscene, which I think is a bad call, but that's a different story. And what's cool about Anor Londo is, like, you know, it's this great sprawling city and you get to see so little of it, so it's like it makes you feel kind of insignificant, but at the same time they hype up Anor Londo so much that you would expect it to be a bigger level. So I wonder sometimes, wait, let me show you something kind of cool. There's a room here. But when you go through here, there's no room. So, turns out it's actually an invisible wall. So that's one way to know. But otherwise, like, it's pretty obvious that there's an invisible wall there. Like, it's like the usual, oh, you know, there's a waterfall, so clearly there's something behind it kind of idea. Well, let's look at these chests. This chest is against a wall, this chest is against a wall, this chest is against a wall, and it has a chest next to it. Just as this chest is alone, and it's further away from... actually, they're all the same. But this chest is away from the wall. It's away from the other chest. So... And also, well, I mean, the chain's pointing towards it. But now, you know, mimics are fair game now, because now that you've faced the mimic in... Now that you face the mimic in Sans Fortress, now mimics are fair game. Now any chest that you find may be a mimic from that point onwards. And I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Now that you know mimics exist, you'll be looking for them. Interestingly, and I don't know what exactly the reason for this is, but if I'm not mistaken, most of the mimics in Dark Souls 1 drop elemental weapons. The mimic in Sans Fortress drops a lightning spear. The mimic over here drops a occult club, and there's a mimic somewhere else in the game that drops a crystal halberd. So anyway, Anor Londo is this like sprawling city. We don't get to explore any of the sprawling city. So then you're like, well, what's the point? But it makes you feel small in a way, so I guess that's kind of cool. But what I don't like is that the outside of Anor Londo feels very artificial, whereas most of the rest of the game feels pretty, like, not too gamey. Like I talked about, like, you know, Dark Souls is all about getting lost in the world and has that, like, sense of immersion. So the fact that you have, these two really kind of video gamey, like, gauntlet areas back to back from like the walking on the beams in the oh yeah, this mimic just gives you coins. It doesn't give you a weapon, so I guess I'm just talking out of my ass. I like they make weird cow sounds. So yeah, you go through like the church area, and then you go through the, what do you call it? Through the archers. It's like two back-to-back kind of weird, artificial feeling places. But then you get in here, and this part of the castle just feels like the inside of somebody's house. Like it just feels like a castle. You know, it's got doors, it's got storage rooms, it's got like a library, a foyer, like bedrooms and stuff, like guest rooms. It just feels like a real place, and I like that. I like when games that have a focus on immersion create environments that feel like real environments, and this is the case here. And something else that I like is that a lot of the paintings in here, not these ones, there's some paintings that are probably like concept art. Like I'm pretty sure this is concept art that got repurposed. And it's a good way to get more mileage out of what you make. which is something I'm pretty sure Demon Souls did with its introduction cutscene, where it's kind of a slideshow of different like images, and those images I'm pretty sure are all concept art. It kind of looks like concept art. I'm pretty good at parrying Silver Knights because back when I played this game a lot when I was younger, I used to do a lot of invasions in PvP in Orlando because that was a special PvP spot. And so while waiting for invasions, you're just walking around killing Silver Knights for fun. So I like that the window's open because it implies that he came through this window, but I don't know how he did because it's kind of a... I guess he climbed or something. It's kind of cool because you also kind of came through the side through like a weird path. So maybe it's not so video gamey after all because your other fellow undeads also kind of go through weird paths to get here.
Whatever can be done. Ah, you again.
That's right, it's me.
Yes. Were you repelled by the Silver Knight? Ah, don't be ashamed. 'Tis the fate of vanguards like you and I. I'll think of something. We can overcome this together. This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed.
So in the next room, there's a lot of enemies, and he's kind of struggling with it. So let's try our best. Whoa! I forgot about that one though. Oh god. Well, Siegmeyer, I failed you. I'm very sorry. But Siegmeyer, I have a secret to admit. It's because I need to pee really bad. Because the tea, once again, the tea has activated my bladder. Alright, I've returned. And we're gonna go through this. We're gonna try to save Siegmeyer. And we'll see how that goes for us. Siegmeyer, you know, he's a quest that I think I've only done once. But I'm not necessarily intending to do every quest in the game or even succeeding at any of the quests. It's one of those things where I just want to showcase what I deem is important, and if I don't show some of the quests, so be it. I just want to show the major things and talk about the design and whatever. I like long form content. I like unscripted content. One of my friends once described me playing Dark Souls as the peak kind of let's play experience, even though I wouldn't consider this a let's play, but he said it's the peak kind of let's play experience because you hold on. Just trying to figure out. Okay, so now I'm rolling like a fat guy. If I wear this, do I roll like a fat guy? Yes. But if I wear the ninja? I don't know. I think I like the look of the pants more, honestly. Pants and then this. Look at my big burly shoes. But yeah, like you know, I like long form, more unscripted but still insightful content. And yeah, one of my friends described this as the peak kind of let's play content, and I don't really consider this a let's play because it's not really about me playing the game. It's more about what I have to say regarding the game. That's why I call it a commentary. And I think it's what a commentary should be. And sadly, I think a lot of commentaries on YouTube regarding video games are very descriptive and not actually kind of analysis based. Like, you know, I was watching this video called well, okay, I didn't really watch it because I don't watch a lot of video game related videos online because I like, you know, I like to think for myself and I like to discover things by myself. And so I very rarely watch gaming videos, especially because I feel like a lot of people watch, you know, video essays or people watch these kinds of things and they always say like, and then you end up, hearing them kind of repeat a lot of points that are said in video essays. So I don't really watch video essays or long form scripted content because, see, look, this is clearly concept art because there's even a guy next to it. And usually in concept art, to show like the relative size of what the player would be compared to the enemy, they put a little guy for reference. Probably concept art for Orlando. More concept art for Orlando. Is that the Duke's Archives? Concept art for the Duke's Archives and maybe for Sense Fortress. It's kind of cool. I like it. I like repurposing things. Because you may as well, right? Yeah, like this nice art. Why not just use it again? Sorry about my mouse. It was in the corner.
Oh ho! What's on your mind, friend? Wait. You defeated those monsters?
That's right.
Fantastic. I'm saved. This Knight of Katarina hereby commends you. Take this as a token of my gratitude. But be warned, gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
Gallantry demands great risk.
Be warned. Next.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of people playing video games with commentary because I like that my thoughts are my own, so to speak. I prefer when I don't draw from other people's thoughts on games and instead form my own thoughts as I play the games, which is what this is. But I wanted to see what people had to say a little bit about Dark Souls 3. I wanted to see what, I guess you could say, like what my contemporaries are doing. So I watched a few minutes of a Dark Souls 3 commentary, and the entire video was just the guy describing what happens in Dark Souls 3, and then sometimes being like, this is good or this is bad and I like it, but he didn't really say why he thought it was good or why he thought it was bad. He didn't really analyze the systems of the gameplay or like how the game actually does what it sets out to do. He just goes like, so I went to this area and then I went to this area and then I did this and then I fought this boss and I like this boss because it's cool and it has nice music and blah blah blah. I feel like it's like when people make fun of like these, let's say like Nostalgia Critic, where he's not actually criticizing a movie, he's just retelling the movie to you and then doing like skits and funny voices and stuff. It's like, it's not really a critique, it's not really a review, it's just a retelling of the movie. And that's how I felt about that video. Maybe the video later gets more like descriptive and more in depth and more like commentary like and more analysis like, but as it stands, the video was just a description of what happens in Dark Souls 3 with little personal comments here and there. And I was like, man, that's not what I'm looking for. But then I thought to myself, well, if it doesn't exist, I'll just do it myself. You know, if the kind of video that I like, I would like to exist doesn't exist, then I'll do it myself. And that's why I'm making these videos. And so anyway, I vowed to never watch another long form video again on video games. No, I just watch the long plays sometimes. So I like this part here, where it's kind of like a shortcut. If you jump there, you can do this. Now you're here, and you just basically skipped the entire section I just did because you did your little skip, and then you can just go through here and open the door and get to the shortcut. It's kind of cool. I like that, but I don't think it's intentional. But it's like, if anything, you know, there was a skip in I don't know why I tried to parry him. There was a skip in Demon Souls where you could skip through a pretty big chunk of the first level of Valley of Storms, of the Shrine of Storms. And later on, people asked Miyazaki and the level designers, you know, was that intentional? Like, kind of a bug? Like, would you patch it? It kind of takes, it kind of uses like weird collisions to the player's advantage and stuff. And Miyazaki said, like, you know, no, it's not. It wasn't intentional, and yes, it's a bug, but People now, and that's like part of the game, so if we remove it, it would kind of be weird to for the players who kind of use that as a strategy and get liked to the idea of the game having many, I guess you could say, like many strategies to go through a level. So I feel like even though maybe this jump isn't intentional, that it doesn't bother them, and in fact they kind of like that idea. No, I respect it. I respect when developers have enough confidence in what they're doing and enough respect for the players to not patch things that have become a how would you say it? That have become a part of the game, even if it's not originally designed by the developers. Because like as a developer, you might be a control freak and be like, well, people need to experience the game. I want them to experience it, and if they abuse glitches, if they do these kinds of things, like it goes against my vision, so it's bad. So I think it takes some level of maturity. You feel the black orb quivering. It takes some level of like maturity and like self-respect to be able to do that. Let's use the black eye orb. So this is another way that the game kind of future-proofs itself in a way. The same way that you can summon NPC phantoms and you can get invaded by NPC phantoms, you can experience what it's like to be a Blade of the Dark Moon, which is what I'm doing right now. So basically there's a covenant where you can invade the worlds of guilty people, and guilty people are people who have committed sins. And how do you define sins? That's a kind of a vague thing, but basically if your covenant has rules and you go against those covenant's rules, that's a sin. And if you get indicted, so basically there's a mechanic in this game where if you are a if you invade somebody and you fight them and they have an item called an indictment, they all have a spell on them that makes it so they can't take fall damage, because otherwise you could go up the stairs and then make them fall down the stairs and kind of abuse it to kill them. So I kind of like that they give that to them, that way you can't really abuse it and you have to fight them fair and square. I'm killed him, so we should be good. Because basically that's another thing about... Kind of broke the game. I don't know if I got what I wanted, but I did. I got what I wanted. So I killed Lautrec. I got my Firekeeper soul back. We can read about her now. Soul of the Ash Maiden. Firekeeper of Filing Shrine. A Firekeeper's soul is a draw for humanity, and held within their bosom below just a thin layer of skin are swarms of humanity that riot and squirm. Was the Ash Maiden locked in this dark prison for some transgression or by her own will? And I got the Ring of Favor and Protection, which is what Lautrec wears, and I'm going to wear it because it's a very strong ring. A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess fateful beauty. The ring boosts its wearer's HP, stamina, and max equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. I very, very much like this, because this item is very strong. But it's got the trade-off that if you ever remove it, then it kind of stops existing. Now, I feel like it's too good to the point that you would never want to remove it, and most people actually kill Lautrec early just to get this ring because the ring is so good. But I also think that it does make sense, like as a ring that kind of represents a covenant, if you will, a covenant with a goddess. There should be consequences to removing said ring, but there should also be a very great bonus to having said ring. So the fact that the Ring of Favor and Protection is so strong and has such a big downside to removing it, I think that's like perfect. I wish more items in Dark Souls were like this, and I wish Covenants in Dark Souls were like this. I wish there was a big trade-off, but you had a big reason to be in it. It's like being Jewish. You gotta cut your foreskin off. That's a big trade-off. But yeah, basically that's one way the game future-proofs itself, is that it lets you be the Blade of the Dark Moon and experience what that Covenant was like, even if the online doesn't exist anymore. And the way that the Covenant works is that you can invade guilty people, like I said, and there's the indictment. And basically, if you get invaded by somebody and you don't like what they did to you, because let's say they were OP as hell and they are invading in low-level areas and you feel that that's unfair, you can use the indictment to basically say, hey, this person has sinned. And then it puts them in the Book of the Guilty, and the Book of the Guilty is basically a book filled with people, and it says how much of a sinner they are. So like the more indictments they did, the more indictments they have, the more sin they've committed. But also the more NPCs they've killed in their own worlds, like the more innocent NPCs they've killed, the more of a sinner they are. And the more covenants they've angered, the more of a sinner they are. And one thing I like is that because, you know, killing NPCs is a sin, it kind of shows what is considered good, and it kind of shows a little bit of what morality is like in the world of Dark Souls. One thing that's interesting is that Miss Priscilla the Crossbreed, who I've killed, she's actually the only boss in the game that actually makes you a sinner if you kill her. So I'm a sinner now because I killed Priscilla. This blacksmith's cool. He works with a tiny hammer compared to his body, and it's not that tiny.
Tis no good, but forge very good. I help anytime.
He can make lightning weapons and he can make boss weapons, but I can't make the Tin Dark Moon Catalyst. I can't make the Manus. I can't make these things because I don't have the Soul of Manus or the Soul of Gwendolyn. And I can't make other boss weapons because boss weapons require a level 10 weapon to create. So let's say I wanted to build the Life Hunt Scythe, for example. I can't build the Life Hunt Scythe because we're using Priscilla's Soul, because I don't have a level 10 because I don't have a level 10 Scythe to then turn into Priscilla's Scythe. I don't know if I want to use any boss weapons, but that's a mechanic in the game. I think it's pretty cool because it gives you a trade-off for using, if you want to use a it's weird that it like hits twice, so if you dodge through it, you still get hit. Always made me wonder like what the deal was with that. But yeah, it gives you a trade-off, like do you want to use a boss soul to get souls, or do you want to use a boss soul to make a weapon? But making a weapon is kind of a big investment. And I think sadly it's a little bit too late. Like by the time you reach Anor Londo, not always, but like usually you have your weapon of choice. Or at the very least your weapon's kind of upgraded enough that like you kind of don't want to switch it. Because upgrade materials, while decently plentiful, are not so plentiful that you have that many options for weapons. So you kind of stick to one weapon for a while. So once you reach Anor Londo, if you have a plus 10 weapon or higher, you might not want to turn it into a boss weapon because it's like resetting your weapon to 0. Even though it makes usually very strong weapons with unique effects, you know, you might not want to do it because you'd be sacrificing your reliable strong weapon for a slightly less strong now but potentially stronger later weapon. But also it's like if you get to Anor Londo and you want to make a boss weapon, you might not have the weapon necessary to make the boss weapon you want, because you might not even know it's possible until you reach this place. Even though the souls of bosses tell you like, well, you can make a powerful weapon with them. But even that, despite that, like it doesn't really explain when or how. So you might end up in a situation where, well, I'm not too sure. Like maybe I would like to make, for example, make the Quelaag weapon, but you don't know what it requires. At least, thankfully, you know, just like you saw with the catalyst, if you have the required weapon in your inventory to make that weapon, you are able to know what it'll make. The thing is, you won't know in advance. So for example, you know, Quelaag's soul can turn into the Chaos Blade, which is a katana, or it can turn into the Quelaag's Fury Sword, which is a curved sword. So you need a +10 curved sword, or you need a +10 katana. So unless you have a +10 or more, +10 or more curved sword or a +10 or more katana in your inventory, you won't know that you can make a Quelaag weapon with them. So I think in a way, it's a failure of the game in its in guiding the player. But at the same time, I think boss weapons are probably supposed to be like kind of secrets, even though the game isn't really secretive about the fact that you need the powerful souls to make them. So maybe it's like a half secret where they give you the breadcrumbs and you have to kind of piece together the puzzle and figure out that you can make boss weapons and how to make them. But like, how would you know, for example, that you can make the Chaos Blade out of Quelaag's soul? Or how would you know that you can make Quelaag's Fury Sword with Quelaag's sword? Because like, you don't know the weapons exist. So since you don't know that the weapons exist, how could you know that you can make them? Because like, let's say at least you knew that like Quelaag's Fury Sword was a curved blade, then you would maybe upgrade your curved blade to be like, well, maybe I need a curved blade to make a weapon out of Quelaag's soul. But because you don't know that the weapon exists, you don't know what it is, and because you don't know what it is, you have no way of knowing how to build those Quelaag weapons. I think it's a little bit too obscure for its own good, let's say. Alright, here we go. The most legendary boss in Dark Souls, potentially second most now because of Artorias, but it definitely, back when there was no Artorias DLC, this was the most famous boss of the game. So what's the deal with this boss? Well, the deal with this boss is it's two guys, and they both have a different moveset. And they both have full health. So this is not like the gargoyles, because the gargoyles were two guys, but it started off as one guy, and when the second guy comes in, he was weaker. And it's not like the man-eaters in Demon Souls, where it was two guys, but one guy only showed up when the other one had lower health. But they were both full health otherwise. And they had the same moveset, so if you knew how to fight one, you knew how to fight both. And it was just about like figuring out the overlapping different movesets. Ornstein and Smo are two very different enemies with two very different movesets. And their movesets complement each other because they fill in for each other's weaknesses. Ornstein has range because he can charge and he has a spear, and he's got lightning spears that he can throw at you. And Smo makes up with like the big damage and big sweeps and everything, because Ornstein is more precise in his attacks, and their attacks will often overlap and kind of kick your ass. I think it's very cool. I really like this boss fight. I think it's well made. There's a little bit of awkwardness where like the collision and the tracking on Ornstein's charge is a bit awkward, and the camera and the lock-on is a bit awkward when you're fighting multiple enemies. But for the most part, it's a very strong fight, very strong music. And one thing I really like about this fight is that depending on who you fight now, the second phase of the fight changes. And basically it means that you're making choices as you play, which is what I always talk about. And now you might not know that you're doing a choice, but basically I spent too much time talking, not actually fighting them, because I wanted to show their moveset. But you might not know that you're doing a choice, but you are doing a choice. So once again, it's one of those things where you're making choices as you play, and things change as you play, and you're not making a conscious choice necessarily. It's just how you're playing that leads to these results happening, and it's the best kind of decision making in video games. And what's interesting is that you could say Ornstein is harder to beat because he's fast, he's nimble, and he moves around a lot, whereas Smo is slow and his attacks are easy to dodge because his attacks are slow and they're very obviously telegraphed. So your thought would be like, well, I'm gonna fight Smo first, because since I'm fighting Smo first, he's easier to take down, and then I'll just have to deal with Ornstein. But then Ornstein becomes super strong, and arguably Super Ornstein is the harder second phase. But even though he's the harder second phase, at least you're dealing with a single enemy, so maybe it's not so bad. Whereas if you fight Ornstein first, which is arguably slightly easier to do, even though it's harder because he's got a harder moveset, but it's easier to do because Ornstein is fast and he has his charging attack, so he's always going to be near you, so it's easy to hit Ornstein often. And Smo is slow, so it's easy to separate Smo from the fight. So if you kill Ornstein first, even though it's more difficult because he's so quick and everything, you have an easier second phase. And if you kill Smo first, which is easier, you'll have a harder second phase with Ornstein. But I'm gonna kill oh man, Coast is right in front of my screen. I'm gonna try to kill Ornstein, Smo first, because I want to fight Super Ornstein, because I rarely fight him. And he gives you an item, and I want his item. Because his item is actually relevant to my current... But yeah, killing Smo first is a bit difficult because he, even though he's slow, he's hard to separate, because if you separate, Ornstein can just kind of catch up to you. Like he just did with his... I'm just getting demolished. I forgot how much they make up for each other. But I think the real problem, and this is just a slight nitpick because I think it's probably part of the fight's design, but it's hard to keep track of Ornstein's attacks because Smo is so big, and the camera behaves strangely when you're fighting big enemies. And not just that, but Smo takes so much of the screen that oftentimes you can't keep track of Ornstein, so you don't know if he's doing his charge move. And the thing is, his charge move kind of has a weird hitbox and has weird tracking and weird behavior. So if you can't see what Ornstein's doing because Smo is so big and because the camera acts weird when Smo's nearby, you're very often going to get hit by Ornstein. But apart from the camera issues, which is just something Dark Souls 1 struggles a lot with, apart from the camera issues, I think the fight and the tracking and weird glitches with Ornstein's charge, I think the boss fight is very, very good. One of the better ones in Dark Souls, and definitely one of the better multi-enemy fights in the series, I would say. I feel so slow wearing this. I don't like being slow. I still feel slow. You keep both of them close, it's not so bad, and that's the ideal situation. Also like that the song has a good, like, I guess you could say like a good back and forth to it. Like it has like those grandiose moments, and it has like the that's like slower. And right now this part too, like the kind of drawn out, I don't know what instrument this is, part of the song, like I like it a lot because, and you see it now switches back to like the choir and with like the epic trumpets and everything. Like what I like about this is it creates like an ebb and flow to the song, the same way that the fight has an ebb and flow, because you're trying to position yourself, you're trying to create openings, you're trying to make sure that their moves don't overlap and everything. So the song represents the fight, and obviously it also represents the duality of the enemies, but more so than the duality of the enemies, which is obvious, the song represents the pacing of the fight very well. Like I feel like almost every time, I feel like the fight very often kind of syncs up well with what's going on in the fight. Ornstein, you know, he places his hand on Smo and he absorbs Smo's energy and he gets bigger. I really like that. It shows that Ornstein is very respectful and very professional. If you kill kill Ornstein first, Smo just destroys him. He just smashes him with a hammer and absorbs Ornstein's electricity into his hammer, which shows a lack of respect. But it's said in the lore that Smo is kind of a disgusting beast that nobody likes. Beast of a man, not a beast. Like, he's not a monster as far as we know. He's just kind of a disgusting person that nobody likes to deal with. But Ornstein, you know, being the professional knight that he is, you know, he still pays his respects to Smo even after his death. Super Ornstein is a bit too big. Once again, the camera starts to wig out, so I'm gonna probably fight him. It's a bit hard because my choice of weapon is kind of not ideal for non-locked-on combat because it has such little, like, such a narrow attack range because of the such a narrow attack because of the fact that it's a linear attack. It's like a piercing weapon, so I feel like I often miss, even though sometimes I shouldn't miss. And also Ornstein, because he's so big, he has a lot of space in between his legs, and because he has a lot of space in between his legs, I keep attacking right in between his legs instead of hitting his dick or hitting his legs. A bit awkward, but I don't mind. And if I'm complaining, I can just switch to my S-Talk and swipe him like that. Yeah, Ornstein's moveset is a little bit more complex, so fighting Super Ornstein is a bit more difficult, but it's not so bad. It's just, once again, the camera kind of struggles with big enemies. I knew I was gonna get hit by that. I was too... I didn't expect him to use it twice in a row. I may die. Nope. Let's run away for a second here. Wow. I feel so slow. I don't know if it's just the rolling speed, but I feel like your movement speed is also affected because I definitely feel slow, but it might just be like a mental thing. I'm doomed. Yeah, this attack also has a little bit of weird tracking, but I don't mind it too much because just like my attacks, it's such like a specific pointed hit towards the player that it has even though the tracking is weird, that it's very likely to miss. Let's put something that makes me go fast because I feel very weird now. I'm quick now. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this walking speed is faster than the other walking speed, but I might be going crazy. It might just be in my head. But like the legendary placebo effect, I'll stick to this. I'll stick to this equipment because I feel more comfortable wearing it. I feel like it. I feel like I play better. I feel faster. The fast roll also. I don't know. I feel more comfortable using it because I know its timing very well. I know its distance very well. I know its animation very well because it's usually when I play Dark Souls I do the fast roll. So I'm gonna stick to what I know, and we'll do the boss fight better that way. But yeah, I think the Ornstein and Spo fight is a very good fight. It does something I really love, which, like I said, is like decision making in fights. But it's the idea of God damn it, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at my notes because I'm a loser. But I like when you know, how do you say this? I like when fights have ups and downs depending on how you approach them, and there's decision making in the fights that influence the relative difficulty of the fight. And in this case, it's the second phase will change depending on the first phase, but also depending on who you focus in the first phase, it actually makes it easier or harder, because focusing Ornstein in the first phase, wow. Focusing Ornstein in the first phase is very easy because Smo is so slow that you can usually keep Smo away from you, because Smo is slow and Ornstein kind of follows you. So it's easy to single out Ornstein, but it's hard to single out Smo. So the first phase is going to be harder if you try to fight Smo. And I'm going to die. And so the first phase is harder if you try to fight Smo, and the second phase is harder if you try to fight Smo, because Super Ornstein is harder than Super Smo. So basically, do you want to do the hard fight or the easy fight? Though they're both relatively similar. It's very small magnitudes harder or like easier. And what I find even cooler is you know, that you could say they also knew that it was harder because if you beat Super Ornstein, you get an item. But I'm not sure if it's related to it's difficulty related, or if it's just because, well, in the lore, Ornstein is one of the 4 knights, and each of the 4 knights had a ring. So if you beat Ornstein, you get the ring. I don't know how much of it is like a reward for doing a slightly harder version of the boss fight, and or if it's just like a lore thing. Probably both. I mean, it's like a win-win if it's both, right? Alright, let's try again. Let's see anything. I'm gonna try to do it on my S-Stock just because the sweeps are, I think, more useful. No, the smoke charge. The range on this attack is pretty wild. I've heard people complain about it, like where he just charges so much that like it's kind of surprising how far he gets, and the hammer attack is really like a big deal. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that charge attack. It's never bothered me before, but I also usually don't fight Smo first. Wow. Why am I struggling so much? Yeah, no, that attack, it's a bit weird. Like, oh, I didn't die. I thought I died. I just got up to readjust my pants. Because it's very warm, so because it's very warm, I'm a little bit sweaty, and then my pants stick to me, and it bothers me. Alright. You know, I thought Ornstein and Smo wouldn't be so bad, because usually when I fight them it's like, it's not so bad. But right now I'm getting my butt kicked, and I wonder if it's because I'm trying to do the fight in a way that I don't usually do, which is do Smo first, because usually I do Ornstein first, because it's easy to single him out. But I want to get the Leo ring, because it's actually useful for the kind of character that I'm playing. Because the Leo ring boosts counters with pierce weapons, and that's what I'm using. I'm gonna beat Ornstein and Smo, and I'm probably gonna call it quits because it's getting quite hot, and I can't bear the heat anymore, and I want to go shower, or at least like cool myself down. I feel like I always have this issue when I stream, where it gets way too hot because I only stream in summer. Actually, I'm not streaming right now, I'm like recording, but just the different word, but it's the same idea. One thing I appreciate about, oh my god, one thing I appreciate about the way Dark Souls is designed is that I'm gonna get hit by that charge. Man, Smo is oh my god. I can understand why people were getting like hyper fucking destroyed by this boss. Like when their attacks work together, it's brutal. Also, if Smo spams that attack, it's also brutal. Wow. Does it track you that much? I never noticed that. Oh yeah, one thing I like about Dark Souls is that bosses tend to retain their dignity slightly when you fight them. Like, usually, because you're such a loser, right? Like, your character is such a loser that if you are able to beat that boss, that means the boss must be a loser, right? But in most cases, the bosses have been weakened somehow, you know, like, like things that are supposed to be great. I mean, like for example, the Gaping Dragon is not really a real dragon. It's been corrupted and mutated by living in the depths and becoming like a monster of gluttony. So it doesn't really hurt the reputation of dragons. You know, crossbreed Priscilla, you know, her blood, her you're kind of a dickbag for attacking her because she didn't want to fight, and she even tells you the way to leave, and she says like, don't fight me, you know, we're peaceful. So the fact that you fight her, it's kind of on you for that. And even then, you could say like she probably doesn't fight very much, so that's why you're able to beat her. But also, you know, her heart wasn't in it, and she's like a kid, pretty much. Then almost all the bosses are, yeah, like I said, they're like they're weakened somehow. Smo, your attacks are very strange. I'm surprised I keep getting hit by them. Also, Ornstein keeps attacking me through smoke because I can't see him. And Ornstein and Smo, like, it's actually, you're kind of supposed to beat them because it's like, as the undead of prophecy, you're supposed to get to Anorlando and get the Lord Vessel. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, you have to get through them to get the Lord Vessel. So that means that they have to expect you to beat them. So probably you're like some loser, you know, you're some loser, but you're kind of like, you know, it's kind of like in wrestling, the fights or boxing, like the fights arranged for you to win. But also, you could say that out of anything in the game, maybe this is the only the fight that's like not in your favor, because like they're not weakened, they're not like past their prime or anything. So you can also say that it's one of those things where beating them is actually a really big deal, which the other fights, beating them is not that much of a big deal because they're past their prime and everything. I don't know, it's difficult to say, but other examples of bosses that are past their prime is like the final boss, Gwyn. Gwyn is absolutely past his prime. Swordsteed, you're raged. Oh, I thought it was gonna be his grab attack where he uses his spear to grab you. Nope. I dodged it, you're good. But I don't think I'm gonna survive this unless I play perfectly. I don't like being near a wall because it means I don't have much space and he's gonna behave weird. For example, if you fight the dragon Calamite in the DLC, Calamite is wounded by Hawkeye Go, and even before that, Calamite is corrupted by the Abyss, so you can see that Calamite has been weakened. Beyond that, you know, Artorias gets wounded and corrupted by the Abyss. Wow, two times in a row. It's a shady tactic, my man. I'm gonna die. No! 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 I just took too long. I wanted to use a humanity, but in the end I decided to use a divine blessing. But because I hesitated, I was like, that's not a humanity. Because I didn't expect to have the divine blessing in my inventory. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put our. Did I just lose it because I guess I lost it. We're gonna put humanities then. To heal our emergency heals. I guess I ended up using the divine blessing even though I died on the frame I used it. But yeah, you know, Artorias is wounded, Calamite is wounded, Gaping Dragon is mutated, Ornstein and Smo are probably made to lose to you, so that's also like kind of messed up. No, Priscilla is not in it. She's peaceful. And then all the other bosses are kind of past their prime. You could say like the 4 lords aren't past their prime, and it's impressive to kill them, which I think is kind of fair, but at the same time, Sita Scaleless is a mutated abomination who's blind, and you know, he relies on a crystal for immortality because otherwise he's just like he's just paranoid. And he's probably apparently he's lost his mind. It's implied that he may have gone hollow. I don't know how dragons can go hollow, but Sita Scaleless doesn't have scales, so maybe that's what their stone scales that made them immortal also protected them from hollowing. The 4 kings are strong. Like, there's nothing you can say about the 4 kings, I guess. But once again, they retain their dignity. Like, they're these evil, powerful creatures from the abyss, and just to get to them, you have to use a special ring and like change your entire like setup. So every fight, like, you're still the underdog no matter what you do. But despite being the underdog, you're able to win. But every time you win, it feels like it's like an unsatisfying win in a way, because they're past their prime or they're weakened somehow. It doesn't lessen the achievement in any way. Like, as the player, you're still very happy that you were able to defeat the boss. It's still like a great relief. But from a like lore standpoint, you could say they're still, they get to maintain their dignity and their status as like these powerful, interesting, you know, beings worthy of respect, especially when it comes to dragons. But at the same time, you could say that the fact that you're able to beat them shows that the world is losing all of its strength and energy, and the world's kind of coming to an end, which is the entire point of the game. Also, I think something that's interesting about this fight is that the fight has 2 phases, but instead of the second phase being the 2 people boss fight, the second phase is the I hate those spears. They have a weird delay to them when they hit you. Yeah, usually like in these kinds of games, like the difficulty kind of escalates from one phase to the other, and you could say like, well, in a lot of fights, like the second phase is when it gets harder and you're fighting 2 guys instead of 1. But in this case, the second phase is logistically easier because you're fighting only 1 guy. But it's harder because the moveset is more complex. So it's interesting because it changes the difficulty in a different way. Whereas I feel like in a lot of the other Souls games, the gimmick of the second phase is that you're fighting 2 guys, or that like this. But in this case, the gimmick starts with the 2 guys and it becomes harder once you. Those overlapping attack, man, they're gnarly. Oh wow, I didn't even know that was possible. I thought their AI stopped when you killed the other guy. Like it's like watching the last episode where I kept dying against the Dark Rates, and I'm just dying against Ornstein and Smoke. But I guess it's a bit less. It's a bit less embarrassing because at least these guys are bosses and they're renowned for being one of the hardest bosses in the game. I actually think, you know, if you're able to beat them, you're able to beat the rest of the game. The rest of the game is. I feel like Ornstein and Smoke, and this is something I should talk about this, difficulty curve. I think Dark Souls has a pretty linear difficulty curve where everything is about as hard as the area you find them in. But then, right after you beat Blighttown and you get the Sense Fortress, the escalation difficulty gets, like, ramps up. And it's like the game telling you, like, you better be ready because, you know, everything before that was like not like a tutorial, but you could say it almost was. But now that you've beaten Blighttown and then the Berg, you have to be ready for anything that comes at you. And because the difficulty is going to escalate a lot, which is true. The difficulty does escalate a lot. And then Sense Fortress is difficult, but the boss of Sense Fortress is not really that difficult compared to the area itself. It's like about probably the difficulty you would expect from a boss of like such an area, right? And I think that whereas Anor Londo is very difficult, and the boss is like way difficult. So it's like a really big. It's not even just a difficulty like increase. It's, you know, it's like a straight up like really big deal difficulty increase. Like it's like if you can beat Ornstein and Smo, you can beat the rest of the game. Like you're ready. It's not even a question of like, are you ready for the rest of the game? In the challenge is gonna escalate from here, so like you better be ready. It's more so like, if you can beat them, you've proven that, you know, the rest of the game is gonna be okay. And it's weird. It's weird that like there's no real actual gigantic increase in difficulty after Ornstein and Smo. Oh, this is something that the other games kind of double down on that I always hated. It's attacks that have excessive tracking on them. Dark Souls 2 is especially guilty of this, where the characters will spin in place just to be able to track you, to hit you. And it looks really weird and awkward, and it just feels like, oh well, if you can't even make interesting movesets and interesting like attacks to the point that like you have to make enemies track the player like crazy just so that you can hit them, like you're not even trying kind of thing. And Dark Souls 1 has a lot of attacks that track, but not that many compared to like the entire compared to like all the bosses in the game. There's not that many bosses that have like super intense tracking. But Ornstein's spear, and I understand why, Ornstein's spear has pretty crazy tracking, and it bothers me because sometimes it, you know, like when I talk about how when something feels fair and when something looks fair, and there's a difference between feeling fair and actually being fair. I feel like tracking attacks when you feel like they shouldn't hit you because you're far enough away, or you're like you dodged in like the complete opposite direction of the attack, but you still get hit because of the tracking. It feels very unfair, and it's one of those things where Dark Souls usually feels fair. So when you see a character like readjust their trajectory mid-attack to hit you, which is especially prevalent in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, it just feels completely unfair. Like, you know, do they expect me to rely on invincibility frames for this? Because otherwise I can't really move out of the way itself. And I feel like Dark Souls and in Demon Souls, invincibility frames from your dodge were one way to avoid damage, but they weren't the only way. You can move out of the way, you could block, you could parry, you know, there were so many ways to avoid damage. But in Dark Souls 3 and in Elden Ring, sometimes it feels like instead of designing the combat around many defensive options, your only true defensive option is the roll. And it's never sat right with me, but like with the amount of tracking and how long the combos are, it's like how else are you supposed to avoid the attacks? And I don't know how I feel about that, because at that point it's like it's less about tactics and placement and traditional action game combat, which is about placement and careful usage of specific frames and things like that. And it becomes more about just like twitch reflexes, which, you know, people like that. People enjoy those kinds of things. Twitch reflexes and quick reaction times and things like that. I think that's why like Sekiro is so popular, why rhythm games are so popular, and things like that. But to me, that's not what Dark Souls is. So the fact that Dark Souls and Elden Ring kind of became like that, that just kind of bothered me. Because while there was an element of execution, there was also an element of tactics and elements of placement, and it had that like traditional action game combat design to it. But now it's more so modern combat design, I guess you could say, with the and I understand for Ornstein why he has a tracking, because he attacks with a spear, and spears have a very you know, specific attack range. Like they don't have much attack range at all. Like they have range in terms of like distance, but they don't have range in terms of like the area in which they can attack is pretty small, because they don't do sweeps, they don't do like slashes, they do like piercing. So if you if you attack, you know, it's a pierce is just a pierce, right? Like it's only in a tiny point, which is why I keep struggling with landing my attacks because I only attack with tiny points. The difference is I don't have any tracking, whereas they do, and it kind of feels unfair. But I understand why they have it, because otherwise, Ornstein would probably almost always miss when they're trying to attack you because they would be too precise. It's actually something a problem I have with in Monster Hunter World actually. Odo Garen, I love Odo Garen. He's one of my favorite new monsters, but there's a big problem with Odo Garen, which is that he has such a narrow hitbox on his attacks that he'll like flail around and do like these amazing combos, and like he's really aggressive, but all his attacks are gonna miss because that specific part of his face doesn't collide with you, and it makes him such a pushover. You can just kind of destroy him because he's gonna be flailing around like trying to attack you and doing like these cool combos and stuff, and he's just gonna miss everything. It's kind of a shame because I think he's very cool and I think he has a very nice moveset, but the fact that his attacks keep missing, it makes his moveset a lot less threatening. Yeah. Is that a wall? Yeah, it is. Sometimes I have a hard time telling where I am on this map, but it's just because I'm so focused on the enemy. What? I debatedly think that should have hit me, but that's okay. That should have hit me probably, but it had a weird move to it. I will sacrifice all my humanity if it means defeating you, Ornstein. I love when he does that. That's an attack that he can punish a lot. Which is funny because it's the attack he gets from Smo. So yeah, you're gonna shoot at me like that? Sometimes I feel like, I mean, I know it makes sense that like if you're flailing a weapon around, you know, if you're flailing a weapon around, you know, it's not just the tip of the weapon that's gonna hurt you, but sometimes I feel weird when, you know, he's like attacking me and it's not the tip of his weapon, it's like I get hit by like the hilt of his weapon and I still take damage. I just find that a bit strange. There we go. I had to sacrifice 3 humanities, but it was worth it. And I got the Soul of Ornstein, and he dropped his Leo ring. I was so focused on the fight, I forgot what I was talking about, but I'm pretty sure it was just me ranting about tracking on boss attacks. One thing that's cool, which everybody always points out, is, look, there's a really big elevator, and in the other direction, there's a smaller elevator, because Ornstein's small and Smo is big. And it's an obvious thing to do, but it's not something that necessarily every game would do, so the fact that it's there is a nice touch. Once again, it helps sell that like cohesive, you know, realized vision. You know, it makes sense. It's logical. You might not notice it consciously, but you know it's there, and you can't help but appreciate that it's there. I'm gonna go pick up that item. This is Lautrec's armor. It's the armor of the favored. And this because he's favored by the goddess of favor and protection. And I have his ring, but I'm not gonna wear his armor. It's too tacky. But actually, I will wear. Actually, I want to show something about the armor, which I think is pretty cool. The helm of favor. The embraced armor of favor. Gauntlets of favor. The leggings of favor. And if you look at his armor, he's being hugged. Got arms hugging him. And it's because he's embraced by the goddess Fina, which is his patron deity. Armor of Lautrec the Embrace, representing a goddess Fina's love. The goddess arms wrap around it as if they embrace the wearer. What I was saying. Like they're listening to me. What if I wear this unholy combo? Yeah, look at that. Positively cool guy outfit. I like ponchos, so I gave my character a pseudo poncho looking thing. Damn. He's got brown skin.
Oh, chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father is formed of Zurith, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord vessel to thee. And beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. O chosen undead, thou hast judged.
So you can enter her covenant, and as far as I know, her covenant does nothing except give you like better, like gives you strong miracles, but otherwise I don't think you can level up in the covenant, and I don't think it does anything. So once again, it's kind of half-assed. Anyway, she always repeats the same thing.
A grave and arduous test of mental, yea, it shall be. Indeed, we had felt the warmth of her fire, its radiance and the life it sustaineth. Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark. Please, Father's role thou shouldest heal, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt end it, Kingseeker Pratt, the primordial serpent, shall guide thee. Please.
Anyway,
Now thou shalt go forth, chosen undead. May thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
she's like Hatsune Miku if you think about it. And I have a specific reason for saying this. Look, there's even a perfect point to hit. I'm good at FPS games, I swear. Yeah, she's like Hatsune Miku.
Thou that tarnisheth the godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
The sun in Anor Londo is an illusion. And Guinevere is also an illusion. And this is all in service of basically being a gigantic ad campaign for linking the fire. Because like, oh, you come to the radiant city of the gods to come to Disneyland to meet Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse tells you that you're his best friend. Except that's not Mickey Mouse, it's a guy in a Mickey Mouse costume, and Disneyland is just a big marketing thing for Disney. So you buy Disney merchandise. Well, this is the same thing. You know, it's the Age of Fire, and the people who benefit from the Age of Fire trying to advertise the Age of Fire as being a thing that you should support, so that you can, well, so that they can continue benefiting from the benefits of the world, the Age of Fire. But basically, they say, yeah, go become the new Lord of Fire and continue the Age of Fire. But you know, they're trying to make it look like the world is better off than it is, and also they're trying to make it look like Guinevere is still alive, and oh, she got gigantic titties, so of course you're gonna listen to her, right? Like, you love ladies with gigantic titties, don't you? Because you're a guy who plays video games, so you're a pervert. And jokes on them. I don't care about gigantic titties. I care about not propaganda. So this is you know, it's not so nice looking anymore, huh? Maybe these guys don't know what they're doing, and you shouldn't listen to them. Or maybe this is tragic and you want to bring back the sun. Either way, you know. Something else I like. I like that seeing the true state of Anor Londo can evoke two feelings in the player. The first one being, oh no, you know, this is so tragic. This is so tragic, I wish I could fix it by prolonging the Age of Fire. But it could also be like, what the hell, you know, this is a complete lie. Everything was a lie and they're lying to me. Why should I trust them? I'm not gonna listen to their propaganda. Hey, I can do that too.
So it was
Whoops.
you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a deity?
I know what the fuck that.
How did you ever get this far? I shall...
Don't talk to me like that. So she has a parrying dagger, which is very dangerous because it gives a pretty big parry window. And she uses an S-stock, which is my weapon. So let's do a duel of the S-stocks. I know your weapon too well, for it is mine.
This is a threat, Master Gwendolyn.
Yeah, that's right. This is the Firelink Shrine one. Soul of the Dark Moon Nidus, Firekeeper of Anor Londo. A Firekeeper's soul is drawn for humanity, and held within their bosom, below just a thin layer of skin, are swarms of humanity that writhe and squirm. Her brass armor serves to disguise this ghastly form. So it seems like, out of all the Firekeepers, who are all hideous, well, not all hideous, but like all deformed and all have humanity below their skin, it seems like she is the one who has it the worst. It seems like the humanity below her skin is so plentiful and so aggressive in how it squirms that it's deformed her and made her ghastly looking. Right now we're going even lower and lower and lower to go fight a different boss. Because I want to finish Anor Londo once and for all. Because I'm not planning on coming back to this Disneyland looking place, this propaganda, this hall of propaganda. So this place here, usually when you come here, when there's the sun out, because it's an illusion, there's another illusion, which is there's a big statue here, and if you have a specific ring, it hides the it makes the illusion disappear. But because I've already dispelled the illusions of Anor Londo, there's no statue blocking my path. I'm gonna go fight the creator of all these illusions.
First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
I really like this boss fight. It's a very simple boss fight, but there's 3 things that make it work for me. First one is the music. I think it's very beautiful music. And I really like how it sounds. And the other thing I like is that you're kind of chasing after this guy. He does a lot of damage, actually. You're chasing... I feel like that's like my #1 line. Oh, you deal so much more damage than I thought. He's a very weak individual. He's what? I didn't rest at the other bonfire? I guess not. What a shame. But yeah, he's a weak person, so he runs away from you, and you have to catch up to him and attack him. And he just runs and runs and runs, and creates this endless hallway of illusions. And he just spams magic and projectiles at you. So it's a different kind of difficulty altogether. It's more strategic. You have to figure out how you want to approach him. You know, you have to read his moveset. That's and even it's not like the most complex strategy. It's more of like a cool vibe kind of boss fight. And it's, you know, I'm all for it. I think it's nice when boss fights are different from what you expect, and in this case, you know, it's not all... Ooh, my bad, I was burping tea. It's not every day that you fight... Bro. It's not every day that you fight... what have I done? It's not every day that you fight a boss that runs away. And in this case... he runs away, and it's spams attacks at you. He's the biggest coward of all time. But it's fun. It shows that like he's not very strong, and it shows that he's scared of you, even though he's talking all this big shit like, you know, you shall not go unpunished, and yeah, I'm the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, I'm the son of Gwyn, I'm a god. You know, he runs away. So it's something that I find interesting. And I think as far as like a lore or like story related fights go, I think it's very interesting. You know, he's the creator of these illusions. He's got a pretty tragic backstory, like most characters. So fighting him, it almost feels like a tragedy more than like a triumphant thing, because you know, he's just trying to defend his father's grave. He's trying to defend the image of the gods and of their beautiful golden city. He's trying to, you know, protect the honor of the people here, and he's all alone in Orlando. He has nobody else. You know, his sister's an illusion. What have I done? His sister is an illusion. His son is an illusion. You know, he's all alone. Pretty tragic. Please God. I should have rested at that bonfire. Also note that bonfire over there is extinguished because I killed the firekeeper. Makes total sense, but something I point out. Yeah, going from Ornstein and Smo, which is like this big bombastic action-packed boss fight, to going to a boss fight where the guy runs away from you. And you have to catch him, and he's more scared of you than you're scared of him. I think it's a very fun contrast. It's not a contrast that you'll necessarily experience when you play Dark Souls the first time, because you might not know that there's all this illusion stuff. And if you do it the way where you don't kill the sun, you need to get a ring in the catacombs to even dispel the illusion. So it's a bit out there. It's a kind of a secret thing, but it's nice that there's 2 ways to reach that secret. You know, either you do the catacombs thing, or you dispel the sun. also like that once again, if you're kind of inquisitive about certain things and you just I don't know, by inquisitive I mean just kill NPCs, you kind of learn more about the game. For example, why would you kill Guinevere? Well, I don't know. But if you kill her, you get to learn a lot about the actual state of things in the world. And it's fascinating. You know, you learn that the gods are... Well, first of all, you learn that she's not even there for real, so... The gods are... At least she's an illusion, and of course it's a nice lady with big titties, so that you... You know, you... Oh, God damn it. So that you... You know, I'm gonna go to Gwendolyn some other time. I have a plan. I'm pretty sure I can teleport to the... Because basically you can teleport to every Covenant related bonfire, and you can teleport to bonfires that have Firekeeper. So I'm gonna go to... See, this is already me becoming lazy because of the teleportation. Imagine all the other players who weren't as diligent as me. Let's see if it works. Go back to... So now it makes you wonder, like, is the sun over here also a fake? I don't know. Something that I've wondered about a lot is the sun in the rest of Lordran an illusion, and that like maybe so. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, because if the sun in Outer Londo itself doesn't exist anymore, why would the sun in a place that's less important than that still exist? Then it's like, well, if I killed, you know, Guinevere, why is... If I killed Guinevere, why is there still sun here? And I guess you could say that it's because the developers didn't have enough time to make a dark version of every map, which is very, very fair. But like from if you want to go and say that that's not the explanation, then what other explanation could there be? Well, you could say that maybe the magic of the illusion is powerful enough that it takes a while to dissipate, and you're far away from Outer Londo, so... Warp. Chamber of the Princess. See, I knew it. No! Escalator, come back. I guess I could talk a little bit about the lore. I don't know. You can watch the lore videos and whatever. Play the game yourself. Did I ever talk about status effects after all? No, I didn't. So status effects, there's a bar that builds up. You see the bar in front of you as it builds up. So far, so good. What's cool about this is the way that the status effects work is that the bar... You can get resistances to them, because all the statuses are pretty dangerous. Like Bleed removes a portion of your HP, like percentage based. So once the bleed threshold is reached, you take a percentage damage of your health. Poison makes you lose health over time, and the but what's nice about this, and I think it's quite clever, is the amount of poison damage that you take is proportional to how much poison resist you have. So if you have very little poison resist, you get poisoned more quickly, but your poison goes down much faster because there's less of it to go down. So it's a kind of a trade-off. And Toxic is the same way, because Toxic and Poison Resist, I believe, is the same resistance. Check. Yeah, Poison Resist and the Bleed Resist are the same. Poison Resist and Toxic Resist are the same. And then Bleed Resist is its own thing. And then there's Curse Resist, and Curse is, as you saw in, I think it was the last episode. Curse is if you take, if you fully fill your curse bar, you instantly die, and then you lose half your health. And I think the status effects are pretty simple. You know, one of them into death, one of them into death, one of them is bleed, and one of them is poison. But I think that they all serve a purpose, and they all have a different threat level. Like bleed is it depends, because bleed depends on the weapon. Because each weapon has a different bleed percentage. So something like the Life on Scythe, which is the weapon of Priscilla's weapon, deals very, very significant bleed damage. So the percentage builds up quickly, but also the Ow. The percentage builds up fast, but you know, I should just be naked for this. Because you're faster. But you take more damage. But yeah, the percentage builds up fast because it does a lot of bleed build up. But the build damage that it does is also very significant, and it's what makes it super dangerous. Why did it teleport me here? I don't understand. Help me understand, game. Anyway, well, if that's the case, I'm not gonna fight Gwendolyn right now. I'll do it later. Because this is kind of frustrating. Because having to do an entire fucking 78 million year old long old boss run every time I want to fight Gwendolyn is kind of a hassle that I'm not ready to deal with right now after having played the game for 4 hours straight in 40-degree weather. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna proceed forward, and we'll get back to Gwendolyn some other time. He doesn't really give me anything that I find very good or important. I just want to beat him, because I want to showcase the boss fight. So what we're gonna do now is we've resurrected we've gotten the soul of our bonfire maiden back, so we can go resurrect her. We'll go back to Firelink Shrine. We'll see our old friends. Once again, you know, it's like when I was talking about coming back from Blighttown, where it's like I like the coming back from Blighttown because it feels like coming back from vacation. You wonder where everybody is and what's going on, and you wonder like what have they done since I was gone. And in this case, you know, it's for the same reasons that I said before. The reason it's so great is because the NPCs are living their own lives and they don't care about you. So the fact that they stuff has changed to me is a you know, it's a sign of that is a result of that, and I really like that. I'm not gonna warp too much. I think warping is kind of a crutch, and especially if I'm in this part of the game, like warping is not necessary because it's well designed enough that you don't need to warp around. But if I need to go back to like Anor Londo, I'll warp or things like that. But otherwise, I'm not planning on warping too much because I don't think it's necessary, and I think it kind of defeats the purpose of the game. Even though the game gives you the ability to warp, I think it's just a concession on their part. I mean, I look pretty cool. I like to think so anyway. So who do we have today? Petrus is still here.
Ah. Oh, blast.
So he's still looking for a lady. Ramped is sleeping and snoring. Laurentius is not there anymore. They're still here.
Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention. Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow. Have you spoken to Master...
Yeah, shut up.
Goodbye then.
Hello there. What have you been up to?
We went to Arlando.
Perhaps you've gone hollow on me. So have you come to further your study of sorcery? Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
Thank you. Finally, somebody who recognizes my skill. Oh, this is gonna take forever, man. But yeah, the NPCs will move around. I really like that. He even tells you, I'm gonna leave soon. So, you know, it's a sign like, you know, if you want to buy something from him, you should do it now.
Hello there. I quite understand.
Very powerful spell. And I like to buy homing soulmass, but I can't.
I too will. You have great.
Oh, look at that.
Well, fancy meeting you here. You did much for me up above. I am grateful. You know, I was thinking the old fortress. Was that your doing? Yes, I knew it. It seemed like an unlikely coincidence. Well, am I fortunate? This light of Catalina thanks you sincerely. Please, take this as a token of my gratitude. There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst. There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. No worries.
I just realized that what I want to do cannot be done unless I do it right now.
Thank you. I am Anastasia of Astora. Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend. Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue never intended for restoration. Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
Yeah, bro, no problem. So, what I wanted to do was I wanted to showcase how a cutscene will change when you, because I wanted to do the DLC, and doing the DLC leads to a cutscene later in the game changing. However, I can't do the DLC before I want to do what I want to do. Unless, so basically there's two things I want to show, but they're mutually exclusive, so that's actually cool. So I think I'd rather show the different cutscene that happens if you do the DLC. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go see King. Actually, I don't care about King Secret Friend. They can just fall down. We're gonna go to where we need to place the Lord Vessel. Yippee! Because we need to place down the Lord Vessel to open certain doors, and where I need to go, I need the Lord Vessel to be placed down. Because where I need to go to get the item to access the DLC is the Duke's Archives. But I can't go to the Duke's Archives unless I place this down. The problem is, if I place this down before fighting the Four Kings, it means I can't meet Darkstalker Koth. And I wanted to meet Darkstalker Koth. But if you want to meet Darkstalker Koth, you have to beat Sif and the Four Kings. But if I want to, but the character whose cutscene changes is Sif. So there's no way that you can see Sif's alternate cutscene and see Kath at the same time. So now that I placed the Lord Vessel, things should change, I think. Yeah, Master Logan's not here anymore.
Oh, there you are. Just so you know, Master Logan has left on his own again. It seems that he is still determined to find the famed regal archives in Anor Londo. I intend to search for him. Only before I leave, there is one thing I wish to do. You see, Master Logan has left most of his books. With them, I could teach you Logan sorcery. You have done much to assist me. Before I leave on this journey, I will teach you all that Logan has to share.
What a nice guy.
Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Logan's sorcery to you. It's not that I'm concerned for Master Logan's welfare. Even in this treacherous land, Logan's skills are unmatched. He is a true hero. No, the reason I seek Logan is, well, it's really my own conceit now, isn't it? It's not that I'm concerned. No.
It's interesting that Big Hat Logan is like more of a main character than you are. It's not like, oh, he's a hero. He's so knowledgeable. You know, he's going on this grand quest to find like the Regal Archives. You're just like some bum who's killing stuff and. So anyway, this is the end for today. It's been a long episode. Hopefully I won't have to break it down into pieces, but we'll see. I had a good time. I got to show a lot of stuff. I feel like I repeated myself a bit, but I also feel like I added, every time I repeated myself, I at least added stuff to the points from previous episodes. The game's almost done. Next time we play, I might finish it. Depends how much. Actually, no, the DLC is a bit long. I think we have like 2 more sessions to go, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'm overestimating my skills again, and I'll just keep dying over and over again. But I think we're getting closer to the end, which is good because I think I've exhausted most of what I had to say about this game. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just that I was hoping that I could go through the game faster, and therefore I wouldn't run out of things to say. I still have some things to say. Don't worry about that. It's just that I feel like I'm starting to run dry a little bit. So anyways, why am I talking like that? I'm talking like a YouTuber. Like, so anyways, bros, don't forget to press the subscribe button. But no, so anyways, please go play some video games and pay attention to what they're doing instead of just kind of mindlessly playing them. There's so much artistry to be found in video games. So please do yourself a favor and pay attention to what the game's doing.